Hey, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I'm your host, Stanley Joseph, aka Stan Transformation. Welcome to the second annual Knowledge and Relationship Valentine's Day show. And I want to welcome my co-hostesses. Where the ladies at? There you go, Miss Oshun, Miss Polly, and Lady E. How you ladies doing today? And
I
happy
am.
Valentine's Day.
Tired.
I'm
Thank
doing
you.
good.
Same to you.
So happy Valentine's Day, ladies. How was your day? I want to start with Lady E. How was your day, Lady E?
It was long. It was long. That's
What
all
do you
I can
mean?
say. Kids had doctor's appointments, dentist appointment, orthodontist appointments. Bringing grandmother's flowers for Valentine's Day. I had an appointment, so yeah, it's on a roll.
Okay. Okay, Miss Polly.
Yeah.
How was your day today? And happy Valentine's Day to you too.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. I will say it was nice. It was pleasant. I got to hear from, new people I've been talking to. So that was nice to see the energy was there for Valentine's Day, right? Get that. Wait, I didn't know. And I cooked some dinner. I cooked some dinner for my partner's not this time, and then made some steak and stuff. Then I just went about my life and I cleaned and helped children. That's what we do. Clean and help them sound like.
Okay, Miss
That's
Oshun,
important to
happy
me in the
Valentine's Day, and how was your day?
life.
Well, happy Valentine's Day. Today, to be honest with you, was um, I learned something today, which is when you go to a car mechanic, like one that isn't the dealer, take a man with you. It doesn't matter what it is, just take a man with you. Because people play games. Just because
Mm.
you're listening, people play games. And I learned today from a guy after the fact, because after the fact, the guy got to come in and like calm you down. I learned today if and when I do go to the dealer, don't pay attention to anything the guy with the clean shirt has on. I mean, that he says. The guy with the clean shirt that's talking to you, if he has on a clean shirt, don't pay him no mind. If he has on a dirty shirt, that's the guy you need to be believing, not the guy in a clean shirt. And
Mm.
so, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, today was the car fixing day from HE Double Hockey Sticks, and I finally got my car fixed. But it was like never again will I step foot in another mechanic shop without a man standing there that's willing to kick ass if you don't fix it right. So, yeah, that was my day all day, like from 8 o'clock till 3:30, 4 o'clock. That's what I was doing the entire day
Whoa.
between people and stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Did they give
I would
you
have had a
a
meltdown by
rental?
then.
Hmm.
They give you a rental or loan a car?
And no. I didn't get an accident. My something went wrong. Like that mysterious thing happened to your car, and you have to get one thing fixed to see if that fixed, and then if that don't work, you gotta do something else, something else, something else. I ended up
Yeah.
paying. I ended up paying $2,000 to fix my brakes.
Woo.
Yeah, messing around with mechanics that think because I'm a woman and I won't fly kick their ass. Like for real, I won't. That's that. So now next time I'm gonna call. I'm not gonna call my father because I don't want my father going to jail. I'm gonna call whatever guy friend I got going on. I'm gonna call them and say, listen, I need you to do me a favor. Just go with me, and just go with me, whatever.
You
Because
could call me.
no, I need somebody that's gonna like let them know if you don't do it right, this can get fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
I had to walk away from $200 for labor for something that wasn't even done on my car, only because I'm a
Wow.
woman and I can't lay hands on you. So yeah,
Wow.
that's what happened to me today, and I was like, I was grateful I finally got it done. But at the end of the day, I will never go to another mechanic shop unless it's the dealer without a man with me, because this is crazy.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
To fly out now, get them up.
Yeah, $2,000 on brakes. Can you believe that?
That's a down payment on a new car.
That's what I was getting ready to do today. I was getting ready to go take that money and go buy another car. But then, it was like, dude was like, listen, I can, the second mechanic said I can salvage what happened. And I paid him $500 to salvage what had happened. So yeah, I done put out a lot of money for some freaking brakes. Like, but see, I like the fact that I don't have no car payment right now. And don't get me wrong, I could get another car, and I was going to buy another car, right, as a backup. But that's only because of my job. If something happens to one car, I have to have transportation because of my job. I work 24 hours a day. Like, I'm under contract 24 hours a day. So I have to have.
I understand that.
So I'm like,
nobody likes a car note.
Yeah, I love the fact that my little car is paid for and whatever, but it's like listen. And here's the thing: my car has, for the past couple of years since I've had it, because I bought it brand new, it hasn't given me any trouble. I don't consider brakes as giving me trouble, but when I gotta go for a change of something simple, and then people play games, I don't blame the car. I blame these people. So. Yeah. This is sexism that's been going on for years. Every time you see a woman,
not all mechanics.
Listen, I don't know about that. Every last one that played games. The only mechanic
that would come on this show and derail the topic.
I'm just saying, there's something wrong with these mechanics when they see women come up. It's like they just can't fix the thing that they need to fix. They need to make up stuff. I'm like, what is this? Sexism.
But they should have done a diagnostic check first. So, yeah, that they shouldn't have been touched you without doing a diagnostic check. I'm sorry that happened. But you don't mean all mechanics. I don't want your mechanics calling here and like, no, she ain't talking about you. This one in particular, that's what she's going to do.
Yeah, she could put them on blast if she wants to, but she didn't.
No, she didn't do it.
She could have left names and phone numbers. We would have lit up their Google accounts and left bad reviews.
Mm-hmm. So, with that being said, the views and opinions of the co-hosts here are not the views and opinions of the Knowledge and Relationship Network.
There you go. There you go.
Dang, really? You gonna put the advisory on us?
I'm gonna put the advisory. So please advise, the opinions of our panelist guests in chat are not necessarily the viewpoints of Knowledge and Relationship. It's good to finally say to somebody else, normally I get it all the time. So for me today, man, I've learned something. It's not all safe in the gated community. I got my mail broken into today, my mailbox. They took all my mail and a couple of my neighbors. So, the mailman came by and like, hey, they just took, they took, everything. I got emptied out in my mailbox. So there was something from Jaywalker Apparel. There's a T-shirt. Oh, go ahead. Lola, I can't hear you.
I said they looking for tax checks or something?
They must be looking for,
Okay.
But they know people get direct deposit on that. But they find parcels too. So they took Jaywalker Apparel. They have this T-shirt. I waited a long time to get it for myself. Was like is a Goku versus Muhammad Ali. Okay. So if I see that in the neighborhood, you're gonna get it. And I got something from some others in shorts because I'm getting ready for Hoochie Daddy season. It's 4 months to Hoochie Daddy season, June 22nd. Hey, Jaywalker Apparel got them shorts for you, man. Like,
Wait a minute.
Hey, I'm single.
What did they look? What color is they?
I got. I think I got it green. Green. I think I got it green. I'm going for colors this year.
Are you asking people to come see your one-eye green?
No. I have an outfit. I have everything coordinated for the summertime. And then my Royal Lux, for my hair, like the hair.
He got it planned out.
Puff. Yeah. Anybody with an Afro Puff in my neighborhood, I know where you got the hair products from. I'm coming for you. So I'm like, yeah, you people, yeah, this is a gated community. Like y'all broke everybody's mailbox. They just broke in and clear house of everybody here. So, I was late.
Nobody saw anything. A camera didn't catch anything.
So apparently we have Bozo and Dumbo. Let me not gonna call them that. We have security who didn't see anything as they roll around in their convertible.
Yeah, I think security had something to do with that. So, you
pay extra way for Humpty and Dumpty. That's all I'm gonna say. So now I have to wait for I'm meeting the post office manager tomorrow. I have to wait for a mailbox. It's crazy. Like you have to wait for stuff now, and they want to deliver to your house. And I'm like, everybody has Ring. It makes more sense just deliver stuff to our homes as opposed to this mailbox. When I say they cleared out everybody, like they cleared out like a good least 400 parcels of post office boxes in the townhomes. Yeah.
That's definitely an inside job. I'm sorry. That's a lot.
That's desperate.
Somebody knows something.
Yeah. That's whole desperation right there.
So if I see that t-shirt and them shorts.
Wait.
But you got to check the size first before you beat them up, though.
Your place.
Say again?
First.
Oh, say it one more time again. I'm sorry.
I said we should check out who's in foreclosure first because they trying to sell stuff to get their house back in order. That foreclosure. So they trying to sell that on eBay to get that money. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But it sucks because there's like, lucky they didn't touch the one thing I'm waiting for, which is the kid's birthday present. So that's supposed to come in tomorrow. So it's like, we're all looking out. The neighbors are helping me out. So, because I see her next week. So she's waiting for she ordered something, but she brought it here because she thought she was going to be here with me, but she's not. So I'm going to bring it up there for her. So, so I'm like, man, it sucks. Like, I know my stuff is gone. I could get it replaced. Thank you to Jay Walker and Royal Lux, because they're going to wait for me to get my P.O. box. But if it's something for a kid, you don't want that to happen, especially when it's something they waited on. It's like, oh God, right. I don't want to disappoint the kid. So, but man, it sucks because it's like your own home, you get robbed. And I'm like, man.
You should check out the Facebook marketplace in your area. I'm sure some of those things might pop up on there.
Yeah, if I see that t-shirt, there's only one person that sells that t-shirt. You're in trouble. Only one person that sells that t-shirt of Goku fighting Muhammad Ali, and that's Jay Walker Apparel, and I see that t-shirt.
That's it.
Well,
I ain't gonna say nothing because the values of this station does not agree with the values of me. So
okay, so now that we done got all of our crap days out of the way, okay.
Our days, but you know what? But above all this, right? I love Valentine's Day because I love Hallmark. I believe in love. Although I don't have Valentines because nobody met the deadline of Labor Day weekend. That's a deadline. I don't do emotion. Oh yeah, there's a deadline. If we're not a couple by Labor Day, it's over.
You say
I'm free for the streets.
Labor Day.
Yeah, because after that, it's nothing but emotions after that.
Wait, what?
He said it.
Yeah, it's true. You didn't know that? All right, let's break it down. Let's break it down. Oh, the players, we know what's up. So look.
That's terrible.
So Labor Day is a deadline. It's always Labor Day deadline, because you know why? After Labor Day comes Halloween. You gotta be paired up. You have no paired up or boot up on Halloween. People gonna look at you crazy when you come to these Halloween parties. Followed by Thanksgiving, because you gotta bring somebody for Thanksgiving for that Thanksgiving dinner, or your mom and dad thinking like, "What's up? Can you get somebody? Can you bring anybody?"
Your mom and dad need to mind their own damn business.
Followed by Christmas. Followed by Christmas. Who's giving you a Christmas present? Who's gonna kiss you on the mistletoe? Everybody want a gift, right? Followed by New Year's. Got to kiss on New Year's. You ain't got nobody for New Year's? Who you gonna walk with on January 16th when it's Martin Luther King Day? We have to do our Freedom March. Followed by today, which is Valentine's Day. So that's why it's always on Labor Day that your deadline hits. And this goes all the way straight to March 17th when people get drunk and actually hook up, probably make that baby that's going to be born in December. And then followed
that's going to be next Tuesday for us.
You know, December has the least birthdays in it. It's not December. Lord.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a math to it. There's a math, there's a logic, there's a reason, there's a season for this stuff. And then you break up on Mother's Day because she's either thinking like you're going to propose because she wants to be somebody's mother, or you about to ask her out or whatever, and then like, no, and then here comes summer.
Proposal on Mother's Day?
What's around May? Spring? Mm-hmm. So you break up around springtime because here comes summer. Because it's hoochie daddy season. Hoochie daddy season, y'all. Hoochie daddy. City boys.
Okay, please put the advisory on. I need you to put the advisory on right now so everybody can just see it was not advised. Please put that up. That advisory needs to be up.
The 304s are running the 808s.
Please advise the opinions of our guests. So look.
Do not take that up, please.
But look, the reason we having this show today is not because people missed the deadline. It was something that was discussed when we did the Martin Lawrence and Martin dated Gina. And people talking about settling, right? And it was like, I didn't like that word. And people were like, well, I'm settling. And it was like, it's derogatory to sit down and say you just settled. And I'm like, look, like nobody really settled. Like it was the best option available to you and it works out for you. So there's not settling, right? You made a choice.
You made a choice,
yeah. And I'll say this, there was one other show that I liked. It was Jason Pitts and Chardonnay from The Game season 5. And it's with Brandy. Brandy plays Chardonnay and Jason Pitts. Now everybody know who Jason Pitts is. He's the light-skinned brother, anti-black women. He hates girl magic, although he has a black daughter. But he married a white woman. He meets Brandy and it's his complete opposite. And it was kind of like he did get the love that he felt like he deserved, but on this one, he got the love that he needed. Because there was a drastic change in him once he dated Chardonnay.
He just needed some black girl magic, that's all.
Well, okay. I'll say this, right? I think that his aversion to black women started the general way that most men say their aversion to black women start. The light-skinned ones, not the dark-skinned ones, but the light-skinned ones. It's always they didn't like me because I looked white or I sounded white or I wasn't that cute and they didn't give me a chance. But the white girl, she liked me and gave me a chance. Now, never mind any other politics going on. Okay, never mind that. They just feel like the white girls gave them attention when they were in grade school. So this is why they like white women, because the white little girls gave them attention in middle school. And this is what they carry into adulthood. Now, mind you, when they carry this ideology into adulthood, it looks like what we see on The Game, which is every other sentence is, this is why I like white women because, you know, of da, 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 da. And it's like, okay, this is weird. Like, it's not that you found a white woman that works for you. You purposely go after a specific race, which means you probably going to end up with some, screwed up circumstances. And I feel like that he went head first into a problem because of his childhood and how he walked away from whatever experience he had. But that's typical, though. And I like the fact that the show did that. It showed the typical light-skinned guy that felt like he couldn't get attention from black women for whatever reason. I'm sorry, black children for whatever reason. And he took that into his adulthood. And now, that he got money and all the bunnies want him. Now he really in snow heaven. I'm just saying. That's me.
That was good.
Now, what we're gonna watch Jason meet Chardonnay for the first time, and it sums up how he's been treating black women from day one, from season 1 to season 5.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's roll that footage. Okay. Anybody want to?
Did you guys see the whole thing? Did it play? Did it play the whole thing?
Yeah, I think he did.
Oh, okay. So, ladies, what's your thoughts? Lady E, Miss Polly?
Asshole. I would just sum it up in one word, asshole.
Miss Polly, what's your thoughts?
Go ahead, Miss Polly.
I will say no. I was saying it's just someone. So he it's just a jerk. That's, I guess, that's the best way. Yep, that's it.
Asshole.
What made him an asshole?
I wouldn't. Don't get me wrong. I think what he's doing can be the adjective for what he's doing can be, described as being a jerk or an asshole, right? But I honestly believe that if you look at what he said and juxtaposition it to what it's really saying about him versus what he thinks about her, it's clear that he associates black with struggle. And that's something typically you hear from, let's say, black women associating love with black men because of the politics of black men relative to white men. But in his case, he associates her with struggle, as in he assumed that she had a bus pass versus a car. He assumed that her name was something ghetto. He assumed that, she has a certain attitude because of her race. Now, mind you, never mind the fact that he was being a whole asshole. She's supposed to act like something isn't in front of her just so she won't seem like she's black to him. That is the asshole part. But when you look at it, it's like he's looking at her as struggle, something he don't want to do, which is why he's such a pessimist when it comes to spending. Like, he's very cheap. And it's like he's cheap because he doesn't want to struggle. And why doesn't he want to struggle? Like everybody, but in his case, he associates struggle with the people that rejected him. So this is why he has to talk to strangers like that, make all sorts of assumptions. Now, mind you, the only reason why he could say what he said is because of his money, not really because of who he is. Because if he didn't have that money, if he said that, the owner would have put him out for racism and said, don't come to my bar anymore because you're upsetting my employees. But because of his money, that's the thing. And it's like he's wearing his money as a badge of honor where it pertains to race underneath of it. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not on top. It's like underneath of that. It's about race. Like, for him, it's about race. So yeah, it's coming out as in his whole asshole showing, right? But look at what that truly is. It's like, as a man, you're the one coming to the table with resources. So why is it that you're associating the woman with struggle? Like she's paying for you or some shit. So this is what I'm saying. That's a very feminine thing to do. And I don't even think he understood, or in the show, I don't think that the character understood the gravity of what he was saying and what it meant. Because that right there didn't make any sense. Like associating her with a bus pass because she's black. Meanwhile, if the owner would have associated him with being a criminal, would that be fair?
And that shows later on, right? But like, it's for him, for Jason Fitz, but it shows like he's been like this for 4 seasons, even amongst the black women on the show, right? Like it was like he never saw them as equal. Like you are here, Tasha Mack, like you're only here because of your son. Next, med school, you're only here because of your black boyfriend. Next, he had no respect for black women at all. Like it was just kind of like you're just here enjoying the ride. He was the only one that was married, out the guys. He was the one that was married, and he's married to a white woman. But even Kelly Pitts, like she just didn't, he was extremely cheap.
But they did that. They did that on purpose to show an extremity between characters. Because if they were too similar, I think maybe the show writing would have been a little off. And I feel like it's really sad that like the character of black men is the closer you are to white, the more prone you are to establishing a family, versus the darker you are, the blacker you are, the more prone you are to just trying to get money and be flashy and not get married. Even in what's Tia Mowry's partner's name on the show? Even with him, Daryl. Even with him, he was a good guy, but he still couldn't get it together mentally to create a family. He just couldn't. Like his penis got in front of him. Like, and it's like the only guy that could get married was the asshole that has racist issues, that doesn't like his own people. Like this is the guy who can get married, but the other ones can't. Like this is and I feel like the image of black men should have been really questioned here, because this show might be a comedy, but it did represent like how other races feel about black men and how they casted these characters. So I always found that interesting that he was the one who felt like he wanted to be married, even though he had the most mental issues though. And it just so happened that it's white and light. Yeah, that.
Hey, Miss Polly, what's your thing? What's your thoughts?
I think that was. I was saying, I think that is a cover too. There are a lot of men in which I've met one before. I was with one before. The idea of you is so powerful. They don't care about really much anything else. They'll fake it. And what I mean by that is, like, I feel, even if he wasn't that happy, he would stay in it just to show other people he had a wife and he got it together, and he's, the outside view, that was what really mattered to him. It wasn't what was really important at home. It was what everybody else thought about him. If they thought he had a wife and him and his kids, they had a loving family, that was all he cared that everyone else thought about him, even if that wasn't really actually taking place. And there are some guys like that. They even say, "Oh, I just wanted to get married," and you're like, "Okay, but do you want to marry me, or you just want to be married?" Like there is a difference between wanting something and actually having it with that person. And some people don't just make a distinction. They just want it, and then when they get, if it doesn't work out, they don't care. That's the ones I think who lose it and go kill their wife if she tries to leave, even though they don't want nothing to do with her and they cheating on her anyway. They just don't want the idea of someone else looking at them in a negative fashion.
I think that's really good.
It's just that they're like,
I think that's a really good point that you make, Miss Polly, because you don't hear too much of that on the male side in terms of getting married for the look of it, or let's say for the idea of it, because of the status that you get being married. Like, for instance, amongst let's say high earning class people, when you're not married, after a while it starts to become that's a deterrent to your status. Now, whether or not you getting sex everywhere else doesn't matter. But if you're not married, it starts to look a certain way. Same thing with being a president. You can't be a president and not married. It ain't no single. You can't be a president if you're not married, because of what it means and what it represents. So it's like, when a man says, and Stan, you may agree, some people have said that when men marry, they marry when they're ready to get married, not when they have the right woman in front of them. It doesn't matter who's in front of them. It's just when they feel like they want to get married, whoever's there, that's who they marry. And this is why 9 times, or let's say 8 times out of 10, they marry in the wrong person. Now you got a 50% divorce rate because men don't marry the right woman that is giving them what they need. They marry the woman that's just who they fucking at the time when they ready to get married. So it's like, that's a status issue. It's like when I'm ready to get married and show the world that, hey, I got a wife taking care of me, that's when I'll get married, not when I actually have a good partner for me. It's a slight difference there, but it goes to the point here that with him, even his white wife was not there for love. She was there for the issue he had as a child, to show people my status, that I'm not like those other Negroes. I'm better.
Yeah, like I'll say this. Yes, because he showed that with Darren, because Darren waited. Even though him and Melanie did, they were living together and everything else, marriage was something later, right? He prolonged it and pushed it as much as he can to discover himself within the relationship. Mm-hmm. With Mr. Pitts, yes. And the crazy part about it, like he got married twice, which we're about to see. Like he married the white girl, and it was a status symbol for him because it was all a status. We got Truth. Truth, welcome to the. This is a Valentine's Day. This is a cam up. Can you cam up, sir?
Nah. When I get home, I'm in decent.
Okay.
I'm in
decent. What? Who you hiding from?
Hey, what I have is only for ladies, man.
Oh my God.
So this is Valentine's Day.
How you guys doing? Happy Valentine's Day.
We're doing good.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Goodness gracious. Okay. Hey, Lola, you over there looking like that around the corner? All right, go ahead, continue.
Yes, he is the best.
You can go ahead and continue. Do you not even care? Are you hiding from a white woman?
From a white woman?
Yeah, you got Kelly Pitts looking for you. Is Kelly Pitts looking?
Hey, the way things going, my brother, the vanilla might be on point, man.
Oh no, we ain't that. We will not go off topic. No, not gonna go there with black women on this show. Not gonna. No. We're gonna stay on topic tonight. It's Valentine's Day. We're gonna bring that magic here. Save that voodoo for another show.
We'll do that at the end. Question. Let's go.
Say what again?
I said, don't ask me no questions about no white women. Let's go.
Wait, Stan, real quick. Is it strictly cam up only? I just thought like it was cam up only.
We want to cam up for like the first hour and a half because it's Valentine's Day. Like the singles need to be cammed up. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Go ahead, drop it down.
I think in the message he did say cam up. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And that's when I said, dang, I gotta comb my hair.
All right, I got it.
Oh, well, drop it down.
So Truth, that's my bad, but yeah.
No, you good. Drop me down.
We'll bring you up after an hour.
Dude, I gonna drop down, dude. Just came up.
Hey, the man said no, bro, so it's all good.
Okay, I swear, why people be hiding? I'm wondering, like, what's the secret life of Truth is?
It's the life of truth.
Anyways, let me go back in the back, right?
All right, guys, look, if you want to call in and you want to join us, you do have to cam up because it's Valentine's Day. And in the spirit of Valentine's Day, we're all single and you got to just cam up. That's all. We want to see your face. We want to talk to you. You don't need to hide. You know what I'm saying? Don't be hiding.
You know what, Stan? I'm gonna tell you something. It's Valentine's Day. I want to see a little bit more than face, but we can't do that on YouTube. But that's what I'm trying to tell you that.
Not this time, Valentine. That'll be YouTube after dark.
I want to see some men. I want to see some man abs. Can I see some man abs? Or you don't even got to have abs. I like fat boys too. Show me a little tummy. I'm down with a little bit of titty. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I'll be I get
So
to,
Truth, you heard it. You want to come back? You gotta show the titties, Truth. Truth, you heard it. You want to come back? You gotta show titties.
All day today. Shoot, you know.
I think I came up here dressed a little bit too conservative.
Listen, we supposed to be talking about this dude. Which one, man?
Oh my God! B-Eazy, I gotta read this. B-Eazy said, "Fat boy titties matter." He said, "Fat boy titties matter." B-Eazy that dude.
To make a correction, okay, that was a question mark.
But somebody's coming up. Who's coming up? Otherwise coming up? Okay. So we want to go to the next segment because the next segment is no, she's not going. Oh Lord, she's showing the elbow. Giving the forearms. It's a burlesque show. So
let me give y'all just a little bit of cleavage. There we go.
Ooh, you got top neck. Okay. No trouble. That's right.
So look, the next segment we're going to show is that she got fired from her job thanks to him, and we're going to see how the interaction goes.
Okay.
M3, roll that magic.
Man, I did I miss something between like being on the corner and the next morning?
Oh, that'll be the next one. You'll see what happened the next morning.
Okay, I was getting ready to say like, okay, what's up with that? But you see what I'm talking about. Like he looks at her like, oh, your life shouldn't matter. You're a black woman. Like you just lost your job. We're like, what's up with that? Like, aren't you used to losing your job? That's a great. You know what I'm saying that right there. Who would say that except for someone who thinks they're an elitist, but then he turns around and says, I only have liability. You understand? Like the delusion here. Like men can really be under the delusion when their identity is wrapped up in their money. It's not like I have my identity as a man and my money is an aspect of me. No, my identity is I am a rich man. I'm a man of status, as in that is like me. And anything else that challenges my status is challenging me. Meanwhile, that's not really what he is, let alone who he is. But yet he's still walking around with that air of arrogance. And it's like, I feel like this is why he was really attracted to her, because as they say, opposites attract. That air of arrogance is seeking something opposite to it to balance it out. And she's actually what balances that out. Now, the white girl, I think the white girl she was a good person to him. I just think she catered to his toxicity. And that his toxicity kind of like got tired of that. Like, because her toxicity was right in line with his toxicity. And it's like, no, opposite. It's too much of the same. His toxicity needs something to balance it. And Chardonnay had exactly what his toxicity needed, which is why he was so drawn to her, whereas his actions initially showed he's repulsed by her, right? But then at the same time, he's intrigued by her. This is it's not delusion, it's natural, but this is the dynamic, I'm sorry, that we're watching, at least in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I want to go back to what you said about Kelly Pitts, the first wife. Mm-hmm. You said that she was toxic. I thought that she just went along because of her background. Because her background, she stayed in trailer park. She wanted a better life, and he provided that within the context of marriage. Because they weren't getting married, he wasn't going to spend any money on her.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I say her toxicity, I mean, like everybody brings their own toxicity to a relationship, right? But the way she came up as a child, I think one show did demonstrate that. She had her own issues that kind of was peeking out. But then when it came to his toxicity, her idea was, as long as I cater to his toxicity, I'll be okay to stay in this marriage. As long as I cater to it, I'll be okay. And that's not how reality is set up. Reality is just like some men, right? When you give them what they want, then they hate you. See what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like it's just a weird thing. They hate you when you give them what they want. They don't love you more; they just hate you. The more you make them work, the more they want you. The more the more they look for you to be sexual, and they see that you're not sexual. That's when they want you. But the more they see you're sexual, more so than they are, the less they want you. It's a dynamic that happens with human beings, and it's strange. But this is what it is. And I don't blame her for feeling that way, though. I understand how it works, but I don't blame Kelly for feeling like this is my husband, let me cater to him. But in her mind, she didn't understand the difference between catering to her husband and catering to her husband's toxicity. But,
and that's what they ended up in a divorce.
But to be honest with you, between white women and black men, this is always the circumstance kind of in the background, and which is why they have the highest divorce rate. And no shade to the white women, but let's be clear, the numbers ain't lying.
Okay. Okay, Miss Paul. Okay.
Okay.
Miss Paula?
I'm sorry, Yeah, I'm here. I'm great. I'll say, like you said, I want to see what happens next. I almost feel like I can't reply properly without the conclusion of what happened between going to, first I was about to say the Cracker Barrel, but Chili's is close enough. Okay, whatever took between the street corner and Cracker Barrel. It was the street corner. Let's just call it what it was. What?
It was a bus stop.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Man, right, and let him pull up on me. First off, he catching hands. Okay, maybe he caught some hands, and I might have to call a male relative to come catch some hands. You got me fired. I got a whole child. You wilding, and you gonna come talk to me? What you talking about? Only thing I want to hear you, and then you gonna basically tell me you too broke to pay my salary on top of that while I found a new job. You better move, brother. You better call the police now because they need to pick you up before domestic violence takes place. You shouldn't even. It isn't. That's crazy. That's delusional. I don't know what he was doing. But anyway, I can't. It's ridiculous. Maybe I'm being a little violent and a little excited right now, but
there
still,
was chemistry
I think
there.
that if there was no chemistry, all that was him getting a little excited about somebody who was a little bit different that he actually was attracted to, but was trying to deny it. There's people you ever met somebody that you don't, but then you kind of like them at the same time. Like I hate you so much and you garbage, but like if you talk so much garbage, I might just give you a hug at the same time. I've seen people do that, especially doesn't make sense.
It's chemistry. That's chemistry.
Boyfriend. Oh, and it's toxic. Like it's so toxic. How many people do you see who are literally getting a fist fight and then have a whole sexual experience afterwards? That is sick. That's sick. I love you so much. I want to beat you. That's confusing. That's weird. You hate her. Be with her. That's kind of strange. Should probably go to a psychiatrist and talk that out. There's something else going on. That's not right.
Okay, Lady E, what's your thoughts?
I'm waiting for the next clip, but for me, the way that I see it is, since he has this negative look on Black women, he may off the bat think that, Black women are 304s. So it's like, I made you lose a job and I'm going to come roll up on you on the corner like you a hooker. And if I remember what happened when watching these episodes, what happened after that, so it's like he got what he wanted from a 304. Or what he perceived to be a 304. Because a lot of people look at us as 304s and we are desperate. So she no longer has a job. She needs money. So it's like, you got to do this if you want me to help you.
Okay.
That's true.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So the next up, we're going to see 3 videos back and back to see what happened next. And this is for fair use, fair use. Once again, this is fair use. And we're going to play the videos right now.
Good morning, husband.
Well, that means I start with Lady E, then Miss Oshun, to then Miss Polly.
She read him. She read him like a book. You don't like black women. You don't love yourself. So it's in connotation, you have a lot of black men that say they don't like black women. They don't love themselves. They don't love their mothers. They have hate within themselves. And she read him like a book. And he basically stumbled.
What you mean? He married her to prove that she was wrong.
He was drunk.
While he
but
was
the
drunk,
truth comes out when you're drunk.
The truth comes out when you're drunk. Right?
Not with him. Sometimes. Well, the truth comes out with me when I'm drunk.
But then the truth come out for him because he said he loves black women. He loved black women.
He probably wanted to love one, but didn't know how to.
But he married her, and she said yes. So.
But he was drunk.
Right.
You do stupid stuff when you're drunk.
Okay.
I think we've all been down that route of drunk where something like, wait a minute, this is out of pocket for me, but it happened.
So
some of us are existing because some of us parents got drunk. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Miss Oshun, your thoughts?
Okay, so I forgot about that. It's been a while. I forgot about that part of the show where he got drunk and married her. I totally forgot. However, I'm glad you brought it up. Here's the thing, like they say, like the old tale is, drunk man, don't tell no tale. You see what I'm saying? He that liquor letting him, that the true him come out, right? Now, like she said, when he was drunk, he said, "Oh, I love black women," right? But then she was never in disillusion to what was going on. Meaning, she was very clear about him and his white fetish, right? When he's sober, but then when he's drunk, he has a fetish for black women. You see what I'm saying? And now when he's sober again, he's back to the other him. So it was very clear for her to read, oh, this is a face you put on. Now everybody knows it's not rocket science. When you have to put a face on, it's to cover something that you feel ugly about. So it's like she wasn't a psychologist reading him as if she was just spewing off some stuff because she's emotional. No, she was clearly reading him based on logic. Okay, that was not her emotion. That was her logic. And it's very obvious that nobody wants to be married to somebody that hates themselves, hates their own, thinks they're better than they are, and has unrealistic like psychology towards a certain demographic. Like nobody wants to be married to somebody like that, especially when they're treating you that way. Like that's kind of obvious. That's not even a black woman thing. But I noticed, like when he spoke about the weave, what he said is true. that weave originally, when it came out, it was for white women. Like the track and all of the way we do track, that actually came out in the 80s, and it was for white women. I remember, I ain't gonna say why I remember, but I remember, okay? That was strictly something only white women wore. The only thing black women wore was when it came into the 90s, when they wore the box braids. That was when fake hair started becoming a thing. But before then, it wasn't a thing. That was something only white women do. And even now, the Kardashians, they wear in the weave. Like, you think that's their hair. It's not their hair. That's all weave. But white women don't get the stigma of weave. But even though, like you heard him say, you're number 2 to the white woman, even in weave. So why is it that the negative stigma goes to the black woman and not the white woman if she's not even number 1 in that stigma? This is the delusion this is the level of delusion that we're dealing with. And again, Chardonnay in the show, she's not being a psychic with him. That's not. She don't have to know his childhood to see on deck what his problem is. And I think people think that, because I hear people say that all the time. You don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. Never mind the fact that I'm only talking about what you're physically doing in front of me, what you literally said to me. Like, I don't need to know what you've been through. I can guesstimate what you've been through with 100% accuracy. I don't need to know you to see no shit like that. And this is what angers me about people. It's like, they know you right, but they're going to sit and try to play those mind games with you to say, oh, well, you don't know what I've been through, so you can't say that. You don't got the authority to say that, even though I know you're 1,000% correct because you didn't know me when I was 7. You can't tell me that. Meanwhile, technically, no one can tell you anything because nobody knew you when you were 7. So it's like, what is going on? It's a defense mechanism. And I know they did it in the show for comedy reasons, but I have had that happen to me in real life. And when that happens to me in real life, I get inside my black woman mode where I get to roll in my eyes and my neck, and I get to telling people, "Look here, son." Like, you see what I'm saying? I slip into my bar.
Wait. I gotta see the roll the eyes and rolling your neck. I gotta see that.
Yeah, like, sir, really. Like I know we ain't fitting to do this. I know we ain't, but it's like. That's where people take you, and they don't understand culturally. Black women are very different in their attitude than women. It don't have nothing to do with our struggle and nothing like that. Culturally, we're just different. We have a different attitude. Our comedy is different from them. That's normal. The way we do everything is different. It's a different spirit on us. So when somebody tries to put us down for being different, like him, look why they're doing it. You see what I'm saying? It's like, they're doing it from the position of a man who has internal issues. They're not doing it from a position of someone who's really telling you something that's going to better you. And honestly, I'm tired of men like that in real life, telling black women, you need to basically look more like white women and act more like white women so that I will like you better. And my thing is, if you don't like the culture you come from, if you don't like the look of the women that you have, you are open to doing what you want to do, but don't come to us to try and change who we are at our core because you have internal issues. Like, femininity in the white community is very different than it is in the black community. We all know that. However, it seems like a certain demographic of men is expecting that within the black community, and that's never going to happen. 1, because the history is different. 2, the people are different. 3, the genetics is different. So it's like you might get a slither of that, but it's like, come on, And I mean, I comedy, but that's real life.
But could it be, right? We expect that as a man. Like, if I see you put on white femininity at work, 24/7 at work, right? You have the talk, you have the presentation and customer service. I'm expecting the same thing when I get home.
No, the reason why the reason why when I go to work and I pick up the phone the way I do and I act the way I act is because I understand the rules of engagement when I'm dealing with, for instance, like I work in government. I understand the politics. But when I come home, I don't speak proper English. I hate proper English. We speak broken English at home all the time. It's a cultural thing. No, if I come in the house speaking correct English, they're gonna be like, "Who the fuck do you think you is, yeah?" Like for real.
Why are you talking like a white girl?
Talking like that because we understand that when we're out in the field, we have to do what we need to do. But when we're home, we can be ourselves at home. We don't have to be anything else. So when you turn on the white switch for the white man, I need you to keep that on for me. No, I don't need to speak proper English for you to understand what I'm saying. I don't need to be in a certain customer service attitude when I'm home with you. Like the patience I have for dumbass people at work is not the same patience I have for dumbass family members. Understand there's a clear difference, okay? Like for real. The way I talk to white men that is paying me is different than the way I talk to my brothers. It is very different. Very different.
So here's another thing you brought up. You talk about fetish size. And then after that one, like Miss Polly talked about it, and also go back to you, Miss E, to talk about the fetishization of Black women. Can you explain to people what it means to fetishize Black women? Because that's an interesting point of view.
You talking Miss Polly or me?
To you, and then Miss Polly, and then back to Miss E, because I want Miss E interpretation of that as well. So get Miss Oshun, you start first, because you mentioned it. That Jason. Say it again.
I didn't answer the last question.
Yeah, she didn't answer the last about the clip.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to you, and then you could answer the one about fetishization. But I want Miss Oshun to talk about it first, and then we'll get to you and ask you about the scene and then the fetishization of Black women. So when you mentioned it, because I'm sure some people think like, what do you mean by that? So I just want you to talk about that a little bit more, flush that out.
Well, okay, let me be clear about something. The word fetish, right, comes from the dark continent, okay? It's a term that Europeans conjured to represent essentially, the dark arts, okay? You talking about, magic, voodoo, and all of that. When you talk about fetish, okay? So when we say something is fetish, we're talking about something that is worship, right? Something that's held in high esteem that is outside the normal realm, right? It's above a normalcy. So that's what that word is talking about, right? So when we say you fetishize Black women, what we're saying is your attraction to them is above normal attraction in a specific way that isn't normal. So it's like, for instance, I fetishize Black women because I just like round behinds. Meanwhile, round behinds is not the only thing that Black women have. And if you get with a woman simply because her behind is round, you're gonna that's you're not gonna get a good partner, and you're gonna be always chasing women with round behinds because you're fetishizing someone versus seeing them as a whole person. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you're worshiping an aspect of them and forgetting about their humanity. That's what that is. So in his case, he's fetishizing white women, meaning he's looking at the status of white men and white women, and he's fetishizing their position in society and forgetting about the person. And now it's like, you see what happened to him when he forgot about the person. He still ended up at square zero, because that's the only outcome when you fetishize someone versus, doing it. And I've seen some people say they like being fetishized because it shows that someone's attracted to something about them. I get that part of it, right? However, there's a dark side to fetish too. It is. So, I caution people with that fetishization stuff, because for me, I don't fetishize Black men. They're just my natural counterpart. It's like, I'm just built for Black men. Don't get me wrong, I can entertain non-Black men, but I don't fetishize them because they're me, like they're me. So it's like it's weird, but that's what I think about fetish, and that's why I said that, because of how he's treating the circumstances in terms of what he's fetishizing about Black women, right? And I would even go as far as to say he might have a underlining fetish for dark-skinned Black women. I'm gonna be honest with you, I would go as far as to say that, but that's just me projecting, Everybody know I project a little bit.
Oh, thank you, Miss Oshun. Miss Polly, what's your thought of the scene him waking up, finding out that he's married to Chardonnay over some tacos?
Yeah. Absolutely. I will say, I think that for him, like you said, it's sad to see someone self-hate themselves, like to watch someone not like themselves to that extent, but in the same breath be attracted to it. That is weird. It just, like you said, like it's very odd. But people from the South, I don't know if Lady E has experiences, but it's a little bit different. And I know, Stan, you've been in that environment also, so you know what I'm talking about. Okay. it is a stigma there where even being lighter, you feel like, as a woman, I've had plenty of men, they tell me weird stuff anyway. I don't know what that's about, but I've had men say, oh, you're too light. I really wanted to have a black experience with a girl, but you're too light. You talk too well. And I'm like, what? It's disturbing. And then you'll have on the other side, I've had black men who are literally like, I love black women, forget all white women, blah, blah, blah. And then in the same breath, when they come to me, they're like, oh, well, hey, I really want to date you. And one of the reasons why is because you're light skinned, you'll give me light skinned babies. I've had men totally say it to me multiple times. It's not an accident. It's on purpose. So I'm like, so you're seeking me out, not just because you like me, but because I'm fair. And you're saying that your kids have a better chance to be fair. These are things people, you hit into, especially in the South, because they'll say that black women, they won't date anyone white, but yet you're seeking out someone who's way lighter than you on purpose. It is weird. It's very odd. It's just a very odd combination. It shows a lot of, I won't even say, just like kind of self-hate. I think dark-skinned people are a beautiful, beautiful people, just in general. And it's hurtful to see people dislike themselves so much. And I've had friendships end like that, where I've had people say, oh, well, you don't get it. You don't, and it takes away. So as it kind of connecting to this, like the self-hate is just stress from a woman's point of view. This scene, watching it as a male doing it, it's who's lighter, and he's basically, like you said, she's dark. You see, I'm saying, I feel like he's kind of fetishing her the same way. You're like, oh, I really don't really like all these white, but like seeing what I liked on dark. He literally expressed to himself. I've never been drunk, so I don't know what it's like. I never saw this part of the show, so yeah. I mean, that's basically what I have to say about that.
I want to read some of the stuff that's on the chat. Truth says preferences everywhere. Marcus said, well, then where are you meeting these men, Miss Polly? I mean, if you're in the South, it's everywhere. It doesn't matter where you're meeting, people will let you know.
Everywhere.
Even as a man, like it's there. Like it's out, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Marcus also says incorrect assessment for when a man maybe has a fetish, at least you admit to projecting, Lola. Knowledge in relationships says, to me, color doesn't matter. It's all about how fine y'all look. And there was one on here. This is
Hank is out of control.
Oh yeah, Hank. You got a cam, so I'm expecting you another 15 minutes, Hank. Mr. Best in the World is gonna pull up. Okay, cool. But yeah, I would say this, like, yes, in the South, it do come across that way, because in the South, colorism is huge. So, like they always say opposites attract, right? So for me to get with a dark-skinned girl, that would never happen, because dark-skinned girls didn't like other dark-skinned guys or brown-skinned guys. They liked light-skinned guys. It was always pushed for opposites to attract in the South. Like, it's just very huge. I had some dark skinned girls tell me I wasn't dark enough. And it's like they want a real dark skinned men. I mean, there's like a rift. There's like people who are really black and really dark. They shine blue or red and yellow. And that's what people really want. For the rest of us who's in the middle, what do you call those? The caramels, the hodgepodge, the production of what light skin meets dark skin. We got kicked to the curb. It was like we weren't, like, ooh, what's that? Like little caramel apples. That's we get little names, little caramel apple, little coconut. Like that's the names we get. And we got kicked to the curb. It happens. I mean, it's the South. Colorism is a huge thing. And even amongst friendship, right? And this will happen for me.
It is. Like
a lot of friends that we were like same colors, and I got told like they didn't want to hang out with me because I would get the girls. But I was like, no, I was just friendly. I didn't take all the girls. I had a girlfriend. Like I was just nice to people and I introduced people to other people, and that was it. I'm like a little social butterfly when I'm out. Then I want to go home after 2 hours. I have a limit with humans. So then I'm done. But I introduce everybody to everybody. You can't be a wallflower in your freaking 20s and 30s. If you see somebody, like, go on and talk to her. But if you can't, I'm going to help you out. And that's what I do. But I lost a lot of friendships because they're like, yeah, man, there should be only like so many dark-skinned guys hanging out together and you always get the girl. And I'm just like, that was messed up. And a lot of friendships will end because of jealousy. It's a sad part about that. And also when you're dealing with white people who have fetishization for black men, yeah, that's a whole nother segment. But I remember I had one girl told me, she said I was too clean. And I laugh. And she said, why you laugh? I'm like, first, you're not my type. Second of all, you just told me you deal with dirty black men. Like, you absolutely, we will never talk again in our life. So, so get you behind me, Satan. Get away. Second time on one day.
What were you displaying for her to say you were clean looking? Because I see rough clean. Around the edges. All
my nails are clean. Face is clean. My teeth, I brush my teeth. It was like, for her, all of that was clean. My hair is clean.
That's good hygiene.
Not for her. She liked some dirty, bummy, smelling like weed, didn't shower for a couple. That's what she liked, right?
Oh.
But she fetishized dirty black men. This is what she likes. It is not my job to sit down and to fight you on what you fetishize. I learned that growing up. Like, it's just not my job. Mm-hmm. It's just not my job. I had one light-skinned chick. It was a blind date, and she was drunk, and her breath smelled. Woo! And the first thing she told me is, I know you think I'm hot because I'm light-skinned and you dark-skinned. Kind of, but I'm still hot. And I was like...
who be having the gumption to say that?
She was drunk. So
but they're crazy. These people in South Korea, wow, they say crazy stuff to you. The man who told me that I wasn't black enough, he was a whole Spanish man. They don't care. They're like, they're crazy. I don't even know. It's wild.
Yeah, when they fetishize black people, they have a particular thing. And for this light-skinned woman, she said, what are you? I know you're not African American, and you're definitely not African. Are you a half-breed? And I just looked at her like, lady, you are light-skinned. I know you ain't calling me a half-breed at this place, like, and yelling it while you drunk, calling me a half-breed. I was like, what? But I was like, okay, you're drunk. Let me go ahead and dance with you and get you off and get you to a table to sit down, and I'm leaving. And I was like, thank you for the experience. Told my friend, like, don't ever hook me up ever again in life. He's like, oh, she's just drunk. I'm like, nope, we're good.
The truth comes out when you're drinking liquid courage, except for me because I am alcohol tolerant. Okay.
Right. So I was monogamous.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At that time, I get you, Miss Polly. Look. Let me go ahead and tell my story. See, I was trying to be polite and
no, Marcus asked me. Marcus asked colorism.
Wait, what's the name, Miss Paula? Is she having a delay?
I said Marcus
I have
was
to speak
asking
on the
me
fetish yet, though.
if the issue was when I asked about the colorism, was it because I was yeah, and that, yeah, she has to talk, lady, you gotta talk, but yeah, it's no, I was monogamous, was not.
But still, like when you see colorism as a black person, somebody fetishized you for being black. It is weird because black people, we come in all different shapes and colors, and also like sometimes if you're married, like two black parents don't produce the same black child color. Like it's just you can have the two parents, and it's like the children will come out different shades. So it's always like when somebody says to you, like, your name is not supposed to be Stanley, you're not supposed to be this color, you're too dark, you're too light, which is things I don't have no control over because it's called DNA. It's weird to see that somebody have an expectation for you of something that, like if you met that person that turned you on to the fetish, I really need you to go back to that person because they're yours. Like you need to go back to like you need to own, like that person, whoever turned you on, y'all need to get back together. And you need to leave us out of this because the single pool is crazy as it is. We don't need people to come back and make demands on us based on somebody from their past. It's just too much.
Yeah.
But whoever turned you on, go back. And the white girl who liked the dirty men, I'd like get away from me and go find that dirty man that left you. Please go back, marry him, take him to a country and see that he can't escape. So you have dirty little pink kids and just enjoy your life.
All right, look. Yeah, let me tell my story real quick, okay? Unfortunately, and no, Mr. Best, I was never drunk, okay? Remember, I'm alcohol tolerant. Probably was you, but so my story is this, right? So there was a lady that she was beautiful dark skin. Remember, I don't really see color like that. All I see is the beauty in all people, in all different shades. But unfortunately, I don't know. I guess me being like a dark skinned brother, like at that time in the early like 2000s or so, it was, I won't say it's really hard. It was just somewhat difficult. Because I've been with dark skinned women before, and I've been with light skinned, been with peanut butter girls or whatever. So whatever, don't matter. But I did notice that during that time, like it was like to me, right? The way how some of them had treated me, I was like, I guess it was a shame, for them to really be around with people of their own color. And I never really understood that because I'm like, we're all black, no matter what. If we get pulled over by the cops, we're all going to get treated the same anyway, no matter what shade of color you are. That's how I kind of look at things, But unfortunately, like dark-skinned women, they wasn't really rocking with me like that. So the ones that was hollering at me was usually women of a brighter skin color. Now that never changed my perspective, or my feelings for like, those type of women. I just had to understand it's like, okay, I had to go where I was accepted. And of course, like I ain't gonna go that far and be like a passport brother, you know what I mean? But or get like with a Becky and a Maria, But it's just that okay, whoever was gonna accept me for for chocolate M3, like it is what it is. It ain't worth bleaching your skin over. It ain't worth like trying to degrade and disrespect other people of the color because they didn't accept you. Just find somebody that will like you for you. Now later on down the years, like I mean, all like shades of color like didn't really care that much. I just think that at the time people go through a phase, but however, some people they take it to the heart. And then they want to just bash like all dark-skinned women, or they want to bash all light-skinned women, or I mean, I don't really hear much about the the peanut butter color though. So Lady and Miss Polly. I don't know if anything past y'all. I mean, y'all too beautiful anyway. So you too, Lola. But
God
damn. I don't think it's really that serious. You know what I mean? When it comes to like the color, and that's my point. As long as everybody looking fine in this piece, and y'all not like putting extra layers of makeup on your face. Be natural. Be you. Be yourself. Be pleasant. That's all.
Hey, I want to answer this from Mr. Marcus. Marcus GVNC. I got to answer this real quick. He got a question. He put something out here. So if a snow bunny or Latina or Asian chick fetishize about you, Stan, it freaks you out, stop capping. Guys would take it as a compliment and opportunity.
What's that?
Okay, first of all, he said if a snow bunny or Latina or Asian chick fetishize about you, Stan, it freaks you out. Stop capping. Guys will take it as a compliment and opportunity. No. Because, like, guess what? In my little notch on your belt woman, like, if you like black men, stop it right there. But when you go on little details, it does gross me out. Because I'm wondering who was before me. That's who was before me? It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Gonorrhea, chlamydia was before you.
But you know what I mean? Like if somebody has a type and they come at you, I'm like, I need you to go back to your type because you don't know me, and I don't see it as a compliment. It's one thing is like, oh, you like me for my character, whatever, and you like how I look, fine. But you go ahead, I only like you because you Haitian. And I'm like, okay. Then we're gonna meet some Haitians. They're gonna like, well, he's a half-breed Haitian. And then after that, then I'm not Haitian enough. Then I realize like I need to find me a full-blown Haitian. So that's the problem with being fetishized. Even if you're a Latino male, like it's the whole thing. Like, are you enough? Because you're being put into this little box, and that little box don't fit everybody.
I mean, let me say this. I've ran into guys that have fetishized light-skinned women. And it grossed me out some because I could clearly see they weren't attracted to me. It was just an issue they had with light skin. And that's the quickest way to get used, abused, and pumped and dumped. I've seen that. I've seen men just come over and start talking about how they just like vanilla as if I'm some, food or something. And I'm sitting here like, okay, do you like me, or is it just light skin you're attracted to, and I'm the only thing light skin right here in this moment? Like, what's the deal? And I'm not. And there's a clear difference between having a preference and a fetish. It's a difference. Like if I'm just attracted to a particular type of person, that's just what it is. It's just my attraction. But to go as far as to talk about fetish, and we understand where the line is. That's different. And I don't think we need to harp on that. But, that's a problem. And I mean, let's not act like it's a compliment. It's like if somebody likes me because, I don't know, my eye color, right? What happens when the next chick come along with the same eye color or a deeper color or whatever eye color that is? What are you going to do? Leave me because, you have a fetish for that eye color? You're not with me because of me. You're with me for something physical that you just have an absorbent amount of attraction to that's abnormal. Has nothing to do with me, has nothing to do with your love for me or your like for who I am as an individual. So it's like we're taking the humanity out of people when it comes to fetish. Like, and we all know the difference. But I mean, that's all I got to say on that. But I still, how many more people?
Really? Because I don't think people, if you look in the chat room, people don't get it. It's like I said, a preference. If you like to date dark-skinned people, fine. Fetish, again, here's something. I'm gonna give an example. Because I grew up in San Francisco, in the city, right? So, in the city is very diverse. When you go out to diverse places, right? People are very will tell you I really don't talk to black men. I'm not into black men, right? But we always have the saying in the city, a black man that you turn down today will be a black man that you answer to on Craigslist on the weekend. You have a thing for our wee on the weekend. But out in public, you ain't gonna talk to us. But on the weekend, by yourself, when your roommate is gone, that's when you want us. And that's how I was growing up in the city. A lot of times, that's why I went to Oakland. Where Oakland, I can just talk and be treated like a person that wasn't just a sex toy, a sex object. Growing up in the city.
But look at how that made you feel. It's like someone says, "Oh, I love your penis. I love the color of your penis. I like to suck your penis." But then when the lights come on, get the fuck away from me.
Monetize.
I'm sorry. Okay. But I mean, and here's the thing: as a woman, if somebody said, "Oh, I love the way you look. I like the way everything about you. I like to stroke you, this, that, and third," but then when Monday morning comes, you need to get in the trunks and nobody will see you with me. That doesn't make me feel good. So this is what I'm saying. This is the difference between I like a thing very much, I have a preference towards it, and I have a fetish. It's the difference. So if these people in the chat don't get it, guess what? Click off. Let's finish with our boy over here, light skin.
Wait, Lady E, did you have something you want to say?
Lady E got the whole thing about being fetishized. What it looks like for you.
Wait, Stan. I think Lady E wanted to say something real quick.
A lot of the times when I associate fetish, it's somebody that has, like Lola said earlier, something that's out of the norm that you might actually be embarrassed to admit to certain people. Like people who have a fetish for feet. They don't just come out and say, "I like feet," and da-da-da. Like they will hoard what they have in a room with them, whether it's photographs or video or whatever, and that's their fetish. It's not necessarily a good thing. You have a lot of white men that have fetish towards black women. They will sleep with them behind closed doors, but they would never marry one. As for me having to deal with growing up, you get the stereotypes, which Stan had got some, with me having a Caribbean background as well. I have men that come to me and say, "Oh, you're exotic," or "I heard Caribbean women have wetter kitties than, the American women." People really say some of these really stupid and ignorant things, and it's like, yo. What the hell? And then as for colorism, yes, that is a big thing in the South. It still somewhat is. I do know growing up, I've heard several of times from boys or men, "You're the darkest that I would deal with." But I've also been told that, if your complexion was more like your sister, who is lighter than me, you would be a lot more prettier. Or the stereotypes that only light-skinned girls have good hair, quote unquote good hair. We've that's a thing, that's in the South. So growing up in school, the darker boys, well, all the black boys would pretty much go for the lighter skinned girls. It's like if there was a group of girls, they're all going after the lighter one first. And as they knock them out by color, then it kind of moves that way. And I understand people have preference, but there's a problem when you see a certain complexion is pretty and you see a different complexion as being ugly or unattractive. That's where the problem is.
Well, let me say this though, okay? I know my word.
Hey, I wanted you guys because I want Lady E to hear something. Lady, one of my partners, he is from Louisiana too, and I want y'all here, like from a male's perspective, who's darker because I'm lighter. Whatever is him, he's right here. That does happen. Like here, you can say it. Yeah, they hear you. That colorism, basically, how the women that are lighter attract you more, even if you like dark women, the women you attract are light.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a thing. Like even in school or whatever like that. The 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 darker men was attracted to light skinned women, but now you see more of it being versatile, where the two light skinned people together, you look at them and be like, what's the, like why? You know what I'm saying? Like all that light skin, why? This where it came from. But the I think what it is growing up knowing that lighter women was damn near said what it said light damn near white. That mean that you had some kind of different about you. You feel me? But it was also said that light skinned women was the freakiest. You know what I'm saying? It was like
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, they were like they the freakiest. You know what I'm saying? Like if you caught you a dark skinned woman, it was hard to get her out of anything. But if you catch you a light skinned woman, oh, it would go. You know what I'm saying? But it changes. You feel me? I believe it's the attraction.
It's almost like it's a trend.
Light skinned men. Yeah.
It's a trend.
Yeah.
It's a trend.
Yeah. So back home. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and
back home,
yes, I'm right outside New Orleans.
You know what I'm saying?
But I've had like also, other issues growing up because when I was little, I had a strong accent. Like you couldn't. So I got pushback from a lot of people. So the way that I grew up was a little bit different from the native New Orleanians. And so when Miss O'Shawn was talking about speaking proper English and all of this stuff, I remember as a kid, being teased because my English was broken or I had this strong, heavy accent. And so kids would tease me, why do you talk like this? Da, 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 da. So, I worked on speaking proper English and trying to sound proper. And then when I did start doing that, then I started getting pushback again that, oh, you sound like a white girl. So then it's like I have to go back and change all of this again. And it's like after a while, you kind of just get irritated with it. And it's like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, this is me.
Let me say this, though. Yeah, let me say this statement. Look, unfortunately, like, people are just sick. They're sick in their mind, and they're insecure in their own selves. And people follow this trend where it's like, you have to look in a certain type of way in order for you to be deemed as beautiful. Now, I know my words are not going to really matter on this panel, okay? And I know that people won't say I put my blue cape on, right? But look, each and every one of you ladies, right, look good the way that you are, all right? There ain't no cap or whatever. I'm just saying this from the bottom of my heart. Unfortunately, I just think that as children, growing up, people are going to say some really stupid, stuff, and then I don't know, maybe in certain communities they're going to think a certain type of way. It's never wrong to try to speak however you want to speak. I mean, I prefer strong, articulate, proper English, Lola. You know what I mean? Whether if you're at work or at home. I'm just putting it out there, right? Because Lola did say that she speaks improper English at home. So I'm like, carry that same energy. But nevertheless, I think it's important for us to not really worry about what these other people think. But I know it's kind of hard because psychologically it messes up our psyche. But not realizing that, hell, those same people will be like, oh, I don't like your accent. Speak proper English. Well, later on grow up to appreciate the accent. It's just kind of funny how it works, So, but y'all cool the way y'all are.
Well, I will tell you this: you can't deny this. It is a known fact that Black people switch. It's a language switch. We all American. You around white people, you switch. and you're around all black people, you switch. The way you talk and converse with other people, you switch. Even I do it. And my mom was an English. My mom is someone who just studied English, so I talk very, very proper because that's all she did to me all day. And she's like enunciate, all that. But
well, your
when
mother
I'm
raised you
around
right.
certain people, it does change. It's
No,
not that she raised me right. She actually learned English. She actually studied English. But if I'm around someone else, I can sound very country. I can sound very from the South. I can sound like that, especially if I get passionate. So it doesn't mean that I'm not intelligent. It doesn't take away who I am because I'm or I'm saying a word correctly. Because just because I say it differently, it doesn't mean anything. I can say over there, and you would know I'm saying over there. But I'm not intelligent or I don't know what I'm saying. So I don't think you should say that when it comes to language at all. It's just a switch that we have.
I want to know how Lady is confused and she needs to sit down. Come up here. Let's go.
Oh, I didn't even read that comment. To be honest, I was just scrolling down.
Come up here. Come up here. Let's go. I got time today. I'm confused about what? Let's go. Come on. I'm here for you. Come up on the panel. Come and talk to me.
Look, before we go there, we got some more videos to see. The last of the videos, it gets deep between Chardonnay. I'm sorry. No, it goes deep with Chardonnay and Mr. Pitts.
It's funny how people say other people are confused about something when shit they hadn't even experienced. Let's talk about that.
Remember,
you want to bring the New Orleans out of me? You could bring the New Orleans out of me. You want to bring the Lucian out of me? You could bring the Lucian out of me. Which one you want? Get up here. Let's go.
Oh shit. Yeah. Damn. Just keep in mind, these are just Twitch people, with no avatars whatsoever. Faceless avatars. But yeah.
They need to go in their room. It's Valentine's Day. Stick their middle finger up their ass.
Oh shit.
No, I don't mind people saying that somebody doesn't make sense, right? But what I do mind is when that's all you say. You never like this person isn't going to tell you what does make sense. They're just going to say you don't make sense and just leave it like that. Like they're 12. Like that's something I have to tell my 13-year-old son to do. When you say a thing, you have to complete the sentence. If something doesn't make sense, you have to say what doesn't make sense. So people will understand your English. Since y'all want to talk about broken English, speak proper English, because, we all have the francophone here. C'est ton problème. Now, we can go ahead.
Yes, please watch the video.
Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead and start this up.
Go ahead.
Let's go ahead and put up. All right, give me a minute. Don't be hostile, okay? All right. Fair use, everybody. The hands will put in. All right.
Yeah. What I liked about that scene? I like it because Brandy apologized on behalf of all the black women. That was number one. And then number two, she just followed up with you can't keep on punishing us. She apologized and she put out the olive branch, and it was come on, let that stuff go. Let me show you something different, and that's what I like. Well, is Truth gonna cam up? Oh, Truth not gonna cam up. Okay.
No, actually, I don't even think he's. I don't know.
Well, okay. Let me say this about what Chardonnay did, right? I think Chardonnay. I think she just simply heard him say something that was kind of childish, which is, okay, you met one black girl that don't deal with black guys. You know how many black men or black boys that only date white little girls? Like, you know, like how many that is. There's more of them than black girls that don't date black boys. So it's like you met one girl and it traumatized.
No, you can't take that away from him.
No, I'm not taking it away from him, but what I'm saying is she saw the obvious issue, which is you were traumatized by one person, and you're putting everything about every human being that looks like this one person on everybody else. Like that's childish. So what she did was the adult thing, which is to address his issue, which is to say everybody who is black does not feel this way. He, as an adult, he should know that, but clearly he doesn't. So she has to be his mama and say, "I'm sorry, but on behalf of all the black people in America and in the world, all of us doesn't feel that way. I'm sure you didn't know that until I just said this right now, but let me be your mommy and tell you." And she did it in a very adult way, but that's exactly what she was doing. She was being the black mama he never had.
That wasn't being the black mama, because that black mom didn't come in all the schools, though.
Yes, it was. She was being the black mama he never had. Yes, it was.
Oh, come on. That's Lola.
You telling me a grown man doesn't know that all black people don't feel the same, and he's black and doesn't feel the same as other black people? Like, you think he don't know that, or is it that he has a mental block? Which one? So
I'm gonna say he don't know that because there's so many black men like him.
Oh, that's cap. That's cap. He's purposely punishing people because of his personal issue with himself. He felt like he wasn't good enough for the black girl, so now he wants to punish black girls. It had nothing to do with all black people. It had nothing to do with black women. It had everything to do with what he didn't feel like he was good enough for. So now, in turn, he wants to say, well, black women aren't good enough for me over one person in the entire human race? One person?
You know, this is ironic, right? It's ironic because it's the same thing that black women have done to black men.
And it's wrong.
But you notice this is what black women have done to black men for decades.
Hey, Stan.
It's wrong.
I know tonight's your rules for tonight, right? But do you mind if Truth stay up here, or does he have the cam up? Well, I know he doesn't normally cam up anyway. Okay, I'll put it, ladies. It's singles night. You got to cam up. So I don't know. I'll talk to the ladies. Ladies, they did cam up.
I ain't know it was singles night. I'll see y'all guys later. I got a woman, you know.
Oh shit!
Truth
is Gucci. Truth is Gucci. I vouch for him. Truth is Gucci.
I know. We got to run through Stan's rules for tonight though.
Y'all said right? Y'all said tonight singles night.
That's all I want to make it clear. Is it singles night or can anybody come up?
Because I was asked by B-Eazy to come up here, but everybody know I got a wife, so I don't want
y'all. Put it this way, right? If you don't talk, brother, go ahead.
Hold on. Let the ladies go. Let the ladies go, right? The ladies, so it's going to be Miss Polly. Lola, you already finished, or you still want to go some more?
Go ahead, I'm finished.
Okay, Miss Polly, E, the brother on the cam, 84, and Truth, you'll go last, because Truth knew the rules, and I'm going to let you go last, Truth.
I know, but you did say that like the 1 hour and 30-minute mark, like he couldn't come up. So
I know, Truth. I'm playing with you. No, I want Truth to come on because there was a question from Marcus. I want to ask the ladies real quick, but let me ask that question real quick. So is it more of an issue when men do it? Because I noticed that if we notice differences, for women is a preference and for men is a fetish. That was a question for Marcus. So when we do it, it's a fetish, but when ladies do it, it's a preference.
No, that's not it. I can tell you right now that no, like for instance, I've seen Asian women do the fetish thing all the time. Like, I don't know what their issue is, but well, then again, I know what their issue is. Okay, I'm just not gonna knock Asian men. but they fetishize, okay? And they're women. They're not men. They're women. So yes, it happens on both sides, and it doesn't make it right or wronger because it happens on both sides. Now, granted, you might see it more in certain ethnic groups, but it's still wrong. It still equates to the same outcome, no matter who's doing it. You very rarely find somebody who says, "I fetishize a specific thing or body part or whatever or color," and that equates to them finding the best person in the world for them. Very rare, if you've ever heard of it. Okay, so it's like at the end of the day, fetishizing something doesn't make your relationship better. Having a light-skinned woman doesn't mean that your marriage is going to last. Fetishizing a man's penis size does not mean he's going to marry you. Nor doesn't mean he's going to be a good provider, or he's going to love you, or he's going to care about you in any way. That's not what that means. So
he probably doesn't even know how to use it.
On top of that, I've had that too. So let's be just saying. I'm just saying.
Okay, Miss Paulie, your thoughts on the last scene, and then I'll ask you the question that Marcus asked. But go ahead. What's your thoughts on the last scene with him being hurt, and then Chardonnay Pitts putting out the white flag and the olive branch? What's your thoughts? Oh, you're on mute, Miss Paulie.
I don't think she's talking.
Oh, she's frozen.
She's frozen too.
She's frozen.
Oh, wait. She's coming back to life.
Wait, she's still frozen. Oh, there she go. Let it go. Let it go.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Don't do me.
Why is it?
Someone's watching it on YouTube.
I don't.
Oh, you want to?
Nah, don't lie on me.
Well, I guess I'll respond. So first of all, I wish the black woman didn't apologize for all black women. Like, just because of who he ran into, that's not black women problem. That's his problem. This idea that she's supposed to apologize for people she don't know is completely crazy, because I'm not apologizing for no pookie. Nigga, you deal with the pookie that was on you. So I think it's crazy, first of all. But on the flip side of that, I do believe you should rock with the people who rock with you. For example, my wife rocked with me when I didn't have anything, when I was on the come up. So now that I have money, you know what I'm saying, I'm still going to be loyal to the people who was loyal to me while I was broke. If you did give me your ass to kiss while I was broke, I'm not about to say now just because you got to change your heart and you have to come into Jesus moment because I got money now that I'm going to rock with you now. You loyal to the ones that's loyal to you. And I just hate that people think that we got to apologize for all black men, let me apologize, or all black women, let me apologize. I think it's sad, and I think it's one of those things that, no, they don't need to do that. If he want an apology, he need to go back to those women who hurt him, because the other black women ain't got nothing to do with the women that hurt him, hands down.
Thank you, E the man. Lady E, what's your thoughts on the last scene?
I thought I answered that already.
You did? Did you answer the question that Marcus put out?
What was the question?
Okay, is it more of an issue when men do it? Because I noticed that if we notice differences, or when a man notices differences, it's a fetish, but when women does it, it's a preference.
No, I don't. When I said that, it's no. There's a difference between a fetish and a preference, and it goes both ways. If you have a fetish and it's something out of the norm for you, but you don't want to admit it to anyone else, and you're trying to keep it to yourself or hide it in this bubble, that goes both ways. Someone said just about like Asian women liking black men. They will sleep with them. They will have sex with them. They'll date them. go into relationships with them, but they would never marry one.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
How am I lying?
I'm married to an Asian woman.
No, I'm not saying this about all Asian women. I said some Asian women.
Uh-oh.
Okay. It's a lot of Asian women married to black men.
No, I know that there's a lot of Japanese women specifically married to black men, and I know a lot of them. But I'm just saying, you have some people, they have a fetish for whatever reason, and sometimes it may be from their family. Like, you have to stick within your race. They may go out and play around with something else that they're forbidding, like the forbidden fruit, but they're going to come back to what they're supposed to come back to. That's what I'm saying. And it goes both ways, male or female.
So,
and as for having preference, you may have a preference of something, but you're still having an open mind to others outside of that preference. I had the issue where I don't think it's preference when you specifically just like this person or this shade of race of person, and then you think everything else out of it is unattractive. That's where the problem lies.
So I think it's one of these things that, we got to look at each other. We got to look at the human race. I know so many people get caught up in color, right? But what I am learning in 2023, a lot of people are not getting caught, especially younger men. When I have these conversations, they said, I'd rather have a lawyer woman who's going to be on my page, and I don't care what color she is. This idea, I get it in the past because it was against black men to date white women. Actually, you'll get killed for that. But in 2023, I think everything's fair game, and people gonna date who they want to date. And if they want to marry that person, they is. Now, Lady E is right. It's some people who just want to get their rocks off, men and women. I'm not talking about those, but I don't think any group of women or men is saying I'm not going to marry these people because the color of their skin. I think we're getting away from that, in my opinion.
No, it's still, well, I live in the South, so it's still there. It is still very much there. Like, I hear people who say, I can't bring a black boy to the house, or I can't bring a black girl to my house, or whatever. Like, I have to marry. There are still parents who are still pressuring their kids to stay within the race. That is still prevalent down here.
But are you saying this but earlier, because you were saying this as if it was like a fetish, right? Or maybe I'm getting it mixed up.
Whenever you create a forbidden, you create the idea of fetish in the minds of humans. So if you tell humans, do not think about monkeys, that's exactly what they're going to do. If you say, do not go outside your race, that's exactly what they want to do. If you say, stay in your race, that's exactly what they don't want to do. It's just a psychological thing. Now, what we're seeing on the ground, outside of the few outliers that I think we're talking about, like someone mentioned, okay, they got an uncle married to a white woman, cool. But when we look at, generally speaking, what these relationships look like and how they generally end and how long they generally last, when we talk about the general circumstance, we're not looking at a happy circumstance. We're looking at fetish. That's what we're looking at. Because in my estimation, I live out, most of my neighbors are Asian, okay, like from all over Asia. And I'm telling you now, whenever a black man comes to my house, everybody looking like they telling me I need to get in that race or something, right? And it's only when black men come around that they get the stink face. And I mean the East Asians, the Indians, the Arabs, all of them, they got the stink face every single time. And it's like, at the end of the day, yes, they will sexually come and be with every man I bring around, every single last one of them. But when it comes to the politics of marriage and family, that's a whole nother horse of another color. And granted, there's some that don't care. There's some that are really open. Like you said, Lady E, that it's not a fetish, right? It's some, but it's very few. Because at the end of the day, marriage is a political statement. Marriage is a contract. Marriage is, to some degree, a patriotic duty. So it's like, you cannot sit there and say, well, this is we shouldn't look at color. Listen, we see color. We see more than color. Okay, we see culture. We see a lot of things. So let's not act like that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, sure, there's some Asians that have been engulfed in Black culture, and you wouldn't see them any different than how you would see any Black person, because that's how in depth they are in Black culture. They've come up in Black culture, but at the end of the day, they understand their difference, and we understand our difference. So, and that's natural to have those differences. But it's like when we talk about fetish is not, like she said, about preference. It now is deeper psychologically. But again, you will never find anyone you genuinely love or care about if you are approaching them from fetish. That will never happen. And I don't understand why we're stuck here.
Can I go M3? Can I go after you, sir?
Yeah. Okay, so I kind of understand.
Well, wait, don't forget there's Truth, 84, M3, and then we go back to you, E.
Oh, my bad.
My bad.
Go ahead,
M3.
No, you know what, Best? Let me get with Truth real quick, and then you could just jump after me, and then you said Truth, me, and Mr. Best, right?
Yeah,
Mr. Best, go before me.
Just let me know when I get in there.
Okay.
Yeah, you go after my question, bro. You go after my question. Go ahead, M3.
Yeah. No. I'm gonna get to Truth because he said Truth was next, and he said Truth didn't get a chance to speak. So I'm gonna digress. Go ahead, Truth.
No, but I got a question for. No, I got a question for what Lola just said though. Like I want to stay on.
Yeah, go ahead, 84.
Has something to say too.
I'm gonna go after 84. I'm gonna go after 84.
Either way, you guys could just skip me.
All
right. So hold on. So I'm gonna go. E, go after me because I know you got something to say to Lola, and then Truth, you go because I want to stay where we at. So Lola, I got a question. I got a question. So wait. So damn, you project a lot. God damn. So you saying a fetish comes because somebody said you can't do something? I'm confused, yo. I ain't never heard that before. Like seriously, I've never heard that shit before.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is when it comes to the way humans think, anything you tell a human not to do, their psyche now has to push forward past what you just said. So if you tell someone do not climb 2 feet, now they have to climb 3 feet because you said do not climb 2 feet. If you say do not touch thing, now they're only interested in the said thing. If you don't say anything about 2 feet or said thing, they probably will never try to touch it or go beyond it. But it's something innate in humans that when you give them a limitation, they have to press forward past that limitation. That's innate in human beings. And I said that to premise what I'm saying, that when a family of any ethnicity tells their children, do not do a thing, to a large degree, because of the way humans think, those children now want to do that very thing that they told them not to do. As parents,
that's exactly what I asked.
Happens every day. As parents, that happens every day. You tell your children not to do something, that's exactly what they do. So I'm just saying, like, what is that?
That's exactly what I asked you, though. That's exactly what I asked you. But I digress. I'm not going back. I ain't going back and forth. I'm chilling right now. I don't really care about this shit. Go ahead, E.
So just to respond to what she was saying, I really don't think it got nothing to do with people dating people because of the color of their skin. People date the people around them. So when I stayed in Georgia, it was a whole bunch of black women in Georgia. So you know what I dated? Georgia. I dated black women. When I moved to Seattle, it was a whole bunch of Asian women. Matter of fact, black women are the minority. It's rare that you see African Americans here in Seattle. That's the truth. So the idea that you just date people based on me, let me say this. I think if you took a person, like for example, you take a Stan and you put him where it's majority. If I drop him in China, I believe Stan ain't gonna date Asian women. It's just part of nature of you dating what your options is. So I
Wait,
really don't think.
Can I tell you something that happened to me? I was actually in China, in Hong Kong, right? And guess what happened? Guess the first woman I met in Hong Kong was? She was Jamaican. And that was. And my homeboys laughed at that. Like the first woman you meet in China is Jamaican. My other Asian woman was right.
That was God.
But he's right because you're odd. Like people like you. You're exoticized, right? Wouldn't that be the word? Exoticized, not fetishized?
I think it comes down to like, so I remember when I first got here in Seattle, right? I had Asian women coming up to me and they was like, "Hey, where are you from? Where's this accent at?" And they were so intrigued by me, right? So now I'm getting this level of attention. I'm getting a level of attention that I already had before, but it was different because I was different. You know, even the black guys here don't look like me. They don't look like me. They don't talk like me. They typically don't work like me. It's just a different breed. So typically, unless you're wired in your head that I'm going to do something, most people just go with the flow. I think a lot of people is going with the flow. And when I seen in Oklahoma, because I was stationed out in Oklahoma, a lot of black guys who never dated white women, they dated white women because it was so many white women, and the women was giving them that type of women was giving them that type of attention. So I really think it depends on what market you in and what is available of single women. And you typically choose your best option out of the women that you have. I don't think it's that deep. It's like I'm wired away, in my opinion.
Like I said, it's a little bit different down here. New Orleans is very diverse. So it's not really predominantly anything. There's a lot of black people. There's a lot of white people. There's a lot of Latinos. There's a lot of Asians. But you still will have people saying, you know, don't go outside your race.
But New Orleans is definitely segregated, right? Do you believe black people stay one place in when I went to New Orleans, black people stayed in the place, the white people stayed, like, it wasn't really in the South. Me growing up in Georgia, we really didn't all live together. We had the black side, we had the white side, but that's Georgia. New Orleans might be different. So if I'm always around black women, I'm typically going to choose from my options. I think more men will date outside their race if they had the option. Most men in Georgia don't have the option to date an Asian woman. It's not even an option. So when they say I wouldn't do it, I say you just never had that option to do it.
No, you have options here. Like when I went to school, it was mixed, black, white, Asian, Spanish. My ex-husband is Latino.
So Lady E, are you saying that in New Orleans you feel like you have the pick of the litter? You have a little bit of every race, and I mean, like you have when I say you have those races, so you say that you have, 100 Asian men that you could choose from in the New Orleans that will pursue you, because they got to want
say that.
No, see, that's the point. What I'm saying is, when I came to Seattle, it wasn't that they was just there; they also wanted me. I think that's a different factor too. If they want you, I think it's just a whole different factor, because now it's almost like they add to the pool of people that.
But the question, like it is, it's how do they want you? Do they want you to have a future with you, or do they want you because they may just want to sleep with you?
I think they wanted a future. They saw where I was going.
Yeah.
All the kind of the businesses I was doing.
So that's where I speak on the fetish. Some people will have a fetish towards a certain race or a certain culture, but they don't necessarily want to settle down with that culture. I know some white men who love to sleep with black women, and I've heard out their own mouths that they will never marry a black woman. They have a fetish about the black women, but they will.
But I think what either
but
man
they will
is
never marry.
I'll say this, but what either man is bringing up though is something different. Is now you're looking at you're exotic, right? So I never seen a person like you before. I want to get to know you. I want to date you before I even think about marriage. A lot of times dating is to get to know you, getting to know your culture, being exposed to certain brand new. So now it's just an interest.
I hate the word exotic though. I hate the word exotic. Like I've been described as exotic, and for me, it's like I feel like you're describing me like a creature.
I could be a creature. I'm exotic. When they told me I was exotic, I got excited. I was like, "Oh shit, I'm different now." I don't know. I just processed it different. I was happy to be different.
Yeah. For me, it's like, when someone calls me exotic, it's like you're different, you're odd, you're this, you're that. I'm like everybody else.
What's wrong with the word exotic? It's a word. The word exotic is a word.
We have the word though.
I will say this though, right? I think I'm not trying to add words into your mouth because this might not be true, but usually when black people use the term "oh, you're exotic," they're saying it as a way of that you're having more of the Latina type of features, you know what I mean, or the foreigner type of features, if that makes sense. I
get what you're saying because look, I get what you're saying, but why would you call it exotic though?
That's exactly what it is.
It usually just means different, though. It means different. It doesn't mean anything.
Okay,
bad.
then say that I'm different. Don't call me exotic like I'm some type of creature that's been.
I get it. I get what you mean.
Can I ask you a real question, Lady E? Ain't it's some things that it don't matter what you say to women, they just ain't gonna like it. I
don't like to be called exotic. I mean, I told y'all that I don't like to be referred to as an exotic person. It is what it is.
Okay.
Just like you may have men. I'm fine with unique. I'm fine with being different. I just don't like the word exotic.
But if that's the same term of saying you're unique or you're different, I mean, that's you, but I'm just saying.
Hey, B-Eazy.
It's just like you have some. Okay. So we're all black people. Some people prefer to be called black. Some people prefer to be called African American. It just depends.
I don't think
some people let the N-word fly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think any of that, what y'all just said, matters when in every country, and I mean every place on this planet where the word exotic exists, the word nigger exists too. So it's like they can tell you, oh, you're different, you're exotic, you're brown skin, but beneath it all, they understand what a nigger is. And when they get ready to say it, they will, and usually they do. I don't give a fuck about these 2%ers that y'all are talking about. Okay, you got a 2%er, and I'm glad for you, but let's not act like you don't got a 2%er. Stop it.
So what do you mean by I got a 2%er?
The ones of the Asians that wouldn't dare say nigger. They know what nigger is and they know what exotic is, okay? And both of it is in their cultural vernacular, okay? You got one that probably doesn't feel that way genuinely, but here's the thing. Don't compare your wife to most of them, okay? Don't do that because that's an insult to our intelligence and our history as a people. Don't do that.
Well, I didn't do that.
Nobody do that.
What I did do is I said that once you drop yourself in new cultures, aka Seattle.
That's cat.
Okay.
This country, Seattle or not, knows what the word nigger is. Okay.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. I don't get excited off of the word exotic. Meanwhile, these people will turn around and call you a nigger too. It's like, listen, stop.
All right, Lola, you said the ER 2-3-4 times already.
Yeah, but that's not even that. Hold on. Wait. Have you ever even lived in Seattle, Lola? How you gonna speak on Seattle? This man lives there. Like, what are we talking about?
You telling me white people are different in Seattle than it is in Baltimore?
You never lived there.
Yes.
Is there a difference between white?
It is a difference between white people in Georgia and white people in Seattle. It's a difference from the East Coast.
It means something different in Seattle than what it means in Washington, D.C.?
But what I'm telling you is a difference.
You're not telling me shit. I got my own life experience, okay? I've been all over this world, and I'm telling you the word nigger means the same in Egypt as it does in Germany, as it does in Chicago, as it does in Florida, as it does in Peru. So stop it. I get what you're saying. Your wife loves.
Brought up nigger. We nobody talking about nigger. We said exotic.
I mean, look. I know we're not getting paid on YouTube, but goddamn, like this, y'all saying the nigger word eight times now.
Way too much word.
I'm sorry. He's a ninja to most of them. So let's just be clear. We know that, okay?
Oh, I forgot, B-Eazy. You're right.
So this idea, the point that I'm saying is this right here, right?
What is your point?
The point is the idea that just because we all American, we are the same, I think it's completely crazy.
I don't know who just said that, but okay, I get your point. We all different because we unique and we got DNA. Cool. Now, can we finish watching these other videos?
Go there.
It's your show, yeah.
IG, hold on. Stan, are we finished with the videos?
We are.
No, we're still waiting for Truth. Truth was going to say something.
Yeah, Truth is next.
Oh yeah.
Truth is next.
Yeah. Skipped it. Well, yeah, he did a pass, but go ahead, Truth.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Eater Man, are you completely done, bro?
Done with what?
What's your point?
No, I'm not. But I can come back to it. We got time.
You sure?
Yeah. Because I just the idea. See, I think this is kind of the problem, in my opinion. See, when I came to Seattle, I came with an open mind. I came with the open mind that these people might be different. It's almost the same thing when I went to Australia. I can tell you the women in Australia, I've never met a woman like that in my life. They are completely cut from a different breed. And this idea that when they say, hey, I'm exotic or I am different, is something that they might have never seen. I can understand it because they are exotic to me. And I'm not trying to call them out their name. I'm not trying to say that there's something else. What I'm saying is that when I look at an exotic bird or the exotic animal, this is something that I have not seen with my natural eyes. And that's why I feel that it's different. That's why I don't look at it as something negative. But you have the right to feel whatever you want to feel when you hear that word. I'm just saying I was happy. You know, I just process it different from what the women on the panel processed it as.
And I understand what you're saying, but like I said, I live in a diverse culture, so we don't call Latino women exotic. We don't call the Asian women exotic. So why are you calling me exotic?
But that's the point. When I went to Australia, I was calling Australians. I said, "You're exotic." That was something I was saying out of my mouth. I wasn't trying to diminish them. It was just it was exotic to me. What they wear, how they look. You know, how in Australia, they're very kind of like touchy-feely. You know, we don't do that in America where people can just come up and touch you and rub on you, and that's kind of part of the culture. So
now you see that's different in New Orleans. Everybody tells you hello, you get a hug, you get a kiss on the cheek.
Well, it's a different kind of touch I'm talking about. But so but that's the point that I'm saying is that I just never looked at it because I have always used the word exotic. I have used it all the time. And so since I used it, I didn't take offense of it because it was a part of my vocabulary and it meant something different to me. Now, if you think that when they use the word exotic and it means things like the N-word or it means that they're trying to degrade you to an animal and not a human, I can see why you can be offended by that. And you have that right to do that.
And I don't get, well, I do get offended, but I also tell that person, look, I don't like to be referred to as exotic. Like, just don't use that word with me. That's it.
True, bro. You up next.
Yeah, man, this thing has been all over the place. I'm trying to think where to start at. Hold on, I got a question with Eater Man. Was you when you was talking about your experiences? Were you saying it's a little different when you when different cultures are available to you?
Yeah, I think if you only have black women, it's the only option you have. Of course, you're going to date black women. But if you drop yourself in the culture, for example, if I drop you in Mexico and you have a lot of Mexican women those attracted to you, you might choose different. That's the thing is, I don't think most black men have options to date outside their race. That's why they stay inside the race.
Agree. Well, I can't speak for other people, but for me, that has played a part, especially from my heritage and my family. Like I have family in Arizona and New Mexico. You know, my grandfather was Mexican American and Cherokee Indian. So if I go to visit the people that have my last name in those areas, you will see them, and they look. Some of them have my shade, but most of them are very light. You see what I'm saying? When we go to like family reunions and things like that. So since I have multi races in my family, I'm around different cultures, the way they live, how the women respond to each other, and everything like that, as well as my grandmother. And with my grandfather being in the military, we traveled. We travel often, so I got exposed to different things. So yeah, a lot of us when we're brought up in the city, a lot of people they don't know what it's like to even date, to eat different foods, to even go in different households and see the way certain type of women live from different cultures that only used to living and interacting with black women. So it's a little different. Um, and yes, being in the hood, usually when we're talking about calling a woman exotic, it usually referred to, like, well, because of we already know most women, black women have, coarse hair. So usually when it was the exotic women, we're looking at like the Jennifer Lopez type, long hair, hair down the back, different type of skin, even from DR, Puerto Rico, some women even from, we have black Brazilian women. Those are the type of women that usually when we was from the hood, we would say those are exotic. Like my first crush and everything, my first girlfriend, she was a Puerto Rican from New York and everything. When I brought her around, they said, "Oh yeah, you got an exotic shorty." That's what they used to say, and this is back in the '90s. So, yeah, that's my experience as far as talking about that.
And they still refer that to black women.
Huh?
And they still refer that to black women.
What?
The word exotic, like from the hood, you were saying.
No, I said the shorty I was rocking with. She was from she was Puerto Rican.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in three, I wouldn't call a black woman exotic because
Yeah.
I've been around black women my whole life. Typically, it's going to be a different race, like you said, a Puerto Rican, Australian, a Dominican Republican, an Asian. Those are the people that's going to be exotic, and it's the vice versa with them. White people don't call other white people exotic because they've been around them most of their life. They usually call it black women or different things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me ask you this then: the ones who did call you exotic, were they like non-black people?
Yeah,
they were black.
Okay,
were black.
I just want to make sure because I forgot to kind of ask, but I just wanted to, be sure just to double check. Because it will sound kind of weird if black folks is like, hey, I know you black too, but you're exotic or whatever. No, I get it though.
Well, actually,
I mean, they even ask about the race too. So it's like, oh, you're from the Caribbean, so are you black? Like, yes, I am black. And so there's people, they don't understand the difference between race and ethnicity. They are like, you have Asian Jamaicans, you got white Jamaicans, you got every Indian Jamaicans. You have a lot of Indians in the Caribbean. You have, if you go to different islands, you have Spanish Jamaicans. You go to St. Lucia, there's Spanish Lucians, there are Indian Lucians. They're all in there. Mm-hmm. They're all Caribbean people. They might be of a different race, though.
Yeah.
Right.
Is unique a better word, Lady H? Do you prefer unique? Mr. Bryant put that in the suggestion. Can somebody say that you're unique?
But she said that
I mean, earlier. I'm fine. And so this is the thing. I don't refer to other people of other races or ethnicities as exotic.
No, we get that. We get that part.
Right.
Yeah.
She refers to it as like a negative. It's a negative connotation for her. Where like guys, we usually as a term of endearment versus like if E with her accent, you see how strong it is and everything like that. We actually, sad to say, we would consider her exotic. If she came in the hood the way her accent, and especially if she really like delve deep in it and start speaking in like certain language or broken English and all that type of stuff, we would have considered that. So
right, which makes sense. I was just thinking like my first initial thought was like, okay, because, like, you know, Black Caribbean. I was just thinking that the majority of Black men was just being ignorant and were just saying, "Oh, hey, girl, oh, you're from the Caribbeans? Oh, you must be exotic." I thought it was like mostly like them, but when you say like it was mostly people that was non-Black, then okay, I kind of, yeah, I understand though.
And M3, drop that pickup line again. You say, "Hey, girl, what?"
Wait, come on, like, wait, what line? Someone, hey, girl.
Hey, girl.
Come here, girl. Hey, girl. Get over here with your unique self.
So, Lady E, I said, Lady E, are you still in New Orleans currently?
Yes, I am.
All right. So let me ask you a question. But you live in New Orleans, but have you lived outside of New Orleans?
Yeah.
I mean, outside of Louisiana is what I'm asking.
Well, I lived in St. Croix for a while. And I stayed in Texas for a while. But
right,
as to be a resident of another state, no.
All right. So do you feel like the people in Texas, the white people in Texas, is the same as the white people in New Orleans?
No.
It's like apples to oranges?
I won't say necessarily apples to oranges. It might be like a blood orange versus a regular orange.
So same fruit, just maybe grew different.
Yeah.
What would you say some of those differences are?
Okay, so being in New Orleans, like I'm literally like 5 minutes from downtown New Orleans. The white people here in the New Orleans area, they're more laid back. Now, the further you get outside of the city, they're becoming a little bit more racist and a little bit more redneck. I feel that a lot of the people in the white race in Texas, I see a lot of more racism in that. And I've even had like the Karen moment in Texas with the white family. So, and that's just personal experience.
That makes sense. So I guess a question for the whole panel. So do you believe in that situation, that last video we saw, right? Do you feel that if his experience as a man, he was not getting the type of attention that he wanted from the women, a certain group of women, right? And then when he actually go and actually accomplish things, he become wealthy, he become a millionaire. Do you think he should give grace to that group of women now that he has the money?
But he's basing it off of one person. I think that's where the difference was.
So what I'm saying is, say if he all the way up into the NFL, let's change the situation. He went through like 15 different women and it wasn't right. And then he got the money, he got his means, and then he decided then that he had, if it wasn't just one, let's get away from the one. Do you think he should give grace to that race and try again until he find it? Or should he just try to find what's best for him?
He should find what's best for him, but he still should be open, in my opinion.
Explain what you mean by open.
So I've had bad relationships with Black men. I've had obviously a bad marriage with a Latino man. I'm not about to sit there and say because I've had these bad experiences, I'm not dating Latinos, I'm not dating any American Black men, none of that stuff. I don't say that.
So let me ask you a different question, Lady E. So if you had somebody who dressed, looked, and moved like your ex-husband, right? Would you give him a shot just because you feel that he might be different?
If he looked like him, no, I'm gonna be reminded of him. If he looks like him, I'm just being honest.
So well, because I'm asking this question for a reason, right? So say, for example, if the type of, say I dated women, right? And say I was attracted to the ghetto woman, right? The ghetto woman with the long nails, with the weave in her head, this, that, and the third. And then I got to a point where I said, hey, if anybody have this image, I just don't want them. It might be good ones in there, but I believe it's going to be more bad ones than good ones. Should I try to find somebody that's different? In your opinion, Lady E?
you should have been open to finding anybody. Should have been open to whatever.
Hey, wait, before we continue, to welcome in Queen. Queen, what's up? Welcome to the panel.
How you doing? You ain't
I'm
at
doing
work?
pretty good. Happy Valentine's Day, Queen.
Yes. Heart day, every day. Heart day every day, not just today, baby. All right.
It's a day about love, so make sure y'all be loving.
I know.
And Mr. Eat the Man, it all also goes back to your preference may have changed, but still be open.
I don't think you should be open. I think if you've been dating Pookies and Pookies ain't work out, he got tattoos, he got this, he got that, and you realize that that's typically not working, I think it's okay to change your preference. Like
you're talking about a look versus personality.
Well, the reason I'm saying the look, if they look like they hood, it's a good chance that they are hood. I believe that you should judge people. When we start talking about adding people into our life, if they look.
But that's the thing. That's where we have a lot of problems today, because that's why black men are frowned upon or looked at scary, because they say black men rob people, black men shoot people, black men kill people. You can't have that same look about every black man, because I'm pretty sure you're a standout guy, you're a great guy, but a white person could come up to you and feel threatened by you just by the color of your skin.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. If
Eat the man. We're gonna give you we gotta get Queen in there. I know Miss Oshun wants to get in there, but to get other people going.
Wait, before y'all go, I'm about to go to bed because I gotta get up in like 5 hours. It's almost midnight here, but I enjoyed the evening with everyone. I have to finish watching everything. Good night, everyone.
Right,
see y'all.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Good night, E.
Thank you.
All right, Queen, and then Miss Oshun.
What's my question? Stan the man.
So, what's your topic on? What's your thoughts about today's show?
I haven't really been watching. I have to be honest, so I don't. You know where I'm at. So.
All right, I'll give you a good question. The one that's very different. Okay. What is your advice for any single person that's single, and they don't want to be single for next Valentine's Day? What suggestions can you give them?
Be open to doing something different and something new. Stop what you're doing, because obviously it's not working. Reevaluate your icks or your list. Reevaluate what you got going on, and be open to suggestions, input, and trying something different.
Oh, cool. All right, thank you, Queen. Miss Oshun, are you still there? Co-host, how you holding up? How you doing?
I'm still here.
Hey, so look, you got any advice? Because I know we passed the 2 hour mark. We're almost at 2:30, and then we want to have another show on. So stay on this channel, Knowledge Relationship, because we got another show that's happening soon. I believe tonight. I believe. Well, it's Tuesday night, isn't it? Big Rigs and B-Eazy show coming in at 10.
I don't know. You got to ask the men. The leaders
are
here.
84. My bad. I jumped the gun. My bad.
Nah, you cool. We don't know if they're gonna be on it now. We don't know. They just come on whenever they come on.
Oh, okay. Y'all just being mindful of the time.
I have a show tonight.
No, you are a show tonight. You are a show. You don't have a show. Get out of here.
Hey, Miss Oshun, you got any advice for anyone that's single on Valentine's? Just Valentine's in general, like how to deal with today, being single.
Okay, I'll say this about Valentine's Day, right? I don't, as much as everybody would assume I celebrate Valentine's Day because my name is Miss Oshun, I really don't. There's been many years in my life where I would have traded every Valentine's Day for someone that actually liked me, that understood how to be in a relationship and actually be happy. For every Valentine's Day, I would trade all of that for just during those years for just someone that just was just kind of normal, like that. Because a lot of there's more relationships right now celebrating Valentine's Day over the success of their relationship than not. Meaning people are trading gifts on toxic relationships that'll probably be ending in 30 days to a year. Okay. Like that's what they're doing. So, and again, this is a corporation we live in. So this is why it works. So, cause there's a constant turnover or whatever. Me, I'm more of the opinion that gratitude, which is what the gift giving is about, is something that you practice every day. So you don't necessarily have to do a big thing on any particular day. But if you're not putting into your relationship in some, and I'm going to use the term romantic way, or some way of gratitude physically or emotionally or something like that, if you're not speaking someone's love language every day, don't wait till Valentine's Day, because all those gifts mean nothing. Okay. You lay them at the feet of no one. That's what that is. So, as far as being single, it isn't a day for you to feel like you have, you haven't arrived or whatever the case may be. Now, obviously, if you're single because you have a problem with, a particular race, a particular color, a particular hairstyle, whatever the case may be, clearly you're in whatever you're in, and that's where you belong. And no one's here to save you. Stay there if you like it there. If you don't like it there, get out of it. You're grown. Stay where you're at. I meet people where they at. If that's where you're at, stay there. But for those that want to move forward, they have a natural inclination to do that. So I'm not going to say my advice is to do something different. No, if you're comfortable being single, keep doing what you're doing. If you're not, you know what you're supposed to be doing. No one has to tell you. Your conscience is telling you what you need to do. I don't need to tell you what to do or suggest anything to you, because you're an individual. So, my thing is, when it comes to days like this, focus on the love that is in your life, which is everybody else in your life. Like love is not a thing just between lovers. You see what I'm saying? Like if you have a daughter, okay, I was speaking to somebody earlier, they made sure that their daughter had a Valentine's Day gift, that they showed their daughter that you are my Valentine. And my father did that for me when I was like in grade school. Every Valentine's Day, he would bring me McDonald's. I was the only kid in the lunchroom with McDonald's. He would do that for me. My father would give me gifts like that. Trust me, Valentine's Day is not just about lovers. If you have a daughter, if you have a son, show him that you love him on Valentine's Day too, because boys don't get enough attention in that way. If you're a mom, show your son some attention on Valentine's Day. Take him on a little date. Show him what it's supposed to be when a woman is in love with him. Like, that's your duty. You might not have a lot of time, but if you are a single woman and you have a son, that's what you're supposed to be doing on Valentine's Day. That costs time and energy and gas. So don't feel like, oh, I don't have a lover and stuff. You got a lot of love in your life. You just only focused on the sexual part of it because you don't know what else to do with your life. So it's like, come on. At the end of the day, you can go have sex with somebody if you want. You can go give gifts to some random person if you really want to, but that's not what you want. So focus on what you do want, which is genuine love. You have that. Now go be fruitful.
So that is
cool.
your advice.
Thank you. Now, either man, got the same question. So any advice for the singles people out there who, and I know you're married, but you still give some advice for people out there who, for next year.
I just gotta say this real quick for you, man. Say something. But so soon, I never want my mama taking me on no date on no Valentine's Day. Never. You tripping on that one, homie.
I didn't hear you. What you say?
I said I never wanted my mom to take me nowhere no Valentine's Day. You tripping on that one, homie? No, I'm cool.
I take my son on dates, and it doesn't have to be Valentine's Day. My father took me on dinner dates, and actually, every time my father come around, in my mind, it's time for us to go on a dinner date. It's time for us to go do something, and it's like that because my father got me used to that, like every year, all the time. Like that's what my father did for me. So I never really celebrated Valentine's Day because I had a man in my life doing that for me all the time. So I didn't wait for a particular day for me to see it. Whenever you come around, I'm looking for it. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, as a mom, your first job is to your children when you have children. You're supposed to be showing them what it is to understand love. As a woman, you're the first woman, the first example in your son's life. If he don't understand affection, he won't understand affection. On Valentine's Day, stop focusing on your daughter all the time. Show him that he's important too. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to celebrate Valentine's Day like that, show him that he's important too. I take my son on dates all the time. Today, we didn't do nothing but come home and worry about uniforms and homework and how much time he was on that game. But this is a regular day for us.
Nah, I don't. I get what you're saying, but I don't want that for my mom. I'm cool. I get what you're saying, though, but you're saying date, and that's something different in my mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Edith, man.
Stop it, 84.
I strongly think that we should get rid of the holiday. If you're single, you didn't miss out on nothing. You didn't miss out on nothing at all. It's a whole bunch of people faking like they in love. That's that. If you want to fake it till you make it, trust me, you didn't miss out. The reason I think we should get away from it is because I think it put people in this procrastinating mode. You know, the end of January, you should be dating. You know, January 15, you be like, man, I'm waiting to 30 days before Valentine's Day. Especially if you're talking about you want to pursue somebody, you should date, and you should date often. Right? Y'all should go out to eat. You'd be surprised that a lot of things that can be solved in your life if you just sit across the table and actually have the conversation. And you don't know all. And I think you should date often. You should have this thing called Valentine's Day. Like I'm always like, my wife don't like gifts. That's just who she is. She don't like it. But my daughters do. So I think you should love people, love languages, and you should find out what they love. Because I can bring my wife all the gifts, it's not going to do anything for her. But for me, that I work so much, let me sit on that couch for an hour and a half and 2 hours, and she just head over heels because her love language is quality time. I think get out of the holiday version of it and find out how that person want to be loved, and you love them the way that they want to be loved, and that's how you have a fruitful relationship. So let's start learning people and not trying to be able to look good for Instagram. But that's just my opinion.
Good one. Thank you, Edith, man. 84, Truth, and then N3.
Hey, look, man, this holiday is dumb as shit. I ain't never like it. It's never been good. One of my grandparents' funeral was on Valentine's Day. It ain't that good to me. I never celebrated it. I still don't like celebrating it. I just do it because, you know, I want peace in my house and I want to be able to chill. So that's the only reason I celebrate it. I don't want no trouble. I just want to be left alone, really, and I want to just get back to my 2K and shit I like to do. So, you know, I mean, that's really what it is. I hate Valentine's Day. Hate it, like with a passion. Like don't like it. Don't want to do it. Nothing. I think literally you should just be. I mean, if you like somebody, just show them you love them, you know, all the time, you know. I mean, I do believe in special holidays and events here and there, like birthdays. Yeah, okay, that's normal, right? You know what I mean, anniversaries, yeah, that should be normal, right? But then, you know, even that has a line. I mean, because sometimes, you know, we got to work and we got to do different things in life that are more priority than these holidays. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I worked on my birthday maybe a few times in my life, but not many. Because it's my birthday. I feel like that's a huge thing. Like, a lot of people ain't make it to their birthday, so I definitely got to celebrate mine. You know what I mean? I'm grateful for it. So, yeah, that's how I feel about it. That's it.
Okay. Truth, Top G. Where you at, Truth? You alive?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So what's your word of advice for Valentine's Day? What's your message of truth and hope and justice the American way?
Basically, I kind of align with Lo. I think, you know, we already got the terms daddy's girl, mommy's boy. So every day should be V-Day. But it's nothing wrong with making the days that everybody's celebrating it a little bit more special. I think we do need to get in the habit of helping each other, especially our children, from different aspects. Learn with affection. Learn with affection. Learn what love is and expressing it through affection and through emotions. Like she said, the moms, go out and date your sons, and fathers date your daughters. I've been dating my daughter ever since she's been 2 years old, and all the way up until now. And at the end of this year, she'll be 18. So, I try to make sure I bring that consistency in so she'll understand how actual man and how to be a gentleman, how she treat her. When we set out dates and everything, I make sure I open the door for her, make sure we dress up, certain things, pull up a chair for her, all that type of stuff. So that's what she'll be expected to be treated and given respect. And even though it was rare occasions, my mom did do the same thing when I was young. It just was very, very far in between, but it was good times as far as that. We talk about this as a love day, but a lot of people don't understand what love actually is. The best definition I can give as far as love is unconditional, sacrificial, intentional, consistent act of choice that you provide someone daily. And it might not be perfect, but you provide it for them daily. And a lot of people don't understand how to continuously be active, how to show somebody, affection through emotion. And that comes from learning who they are, observing your partner. A lot of people don't take time. They're so busy trying to vibe and have fun, have a good time, but you're not, taking what I call care of what's important to your partner and everything like that. And when you actually learn to love someone, then the obsession become a little bit more intense because you actually want to serve them. Especially if you're a giver and a servant by nature, it comes easy. That's how I rock out. So.
Okay. M3, what's your advice? M3 there? Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll put mine in there real fast. My advice is this. We have to get away to the singles. Like, I remember when we did the Martin Lawrence show and we talked about settling, and we have to get some stuff out of our vocabularies. Like, get what you deserve. Like, nobody gets what they deserve. You either get what's needed for you or what's given to you, right? Like, God give you people to learn. When you go on dates, you should learn about yourself while you're going on dates. If there's somebody that you can see yourself forever and why, you got to ask yourself questions when you meet somebody. Don't blindly go into situations without a purpose at the end of it. I think a lot of times, a lot of us are single because we're addicted to just dating. You like being pursued. We have to be honest in this generation. A lot of people are more excited about dating as far as like, what's the whole thing of dating is to execute it to a relationship. We got to get to that point where we got to graduate from just being excited about dating and be more excited about being in a relationship with somebody and being stable, and then also look into marriage. I'm far from there. But I do believe that's the whole thing of dating. Like, the end results of dating is marriage. You date to mate. And if we go there with that purpose, you won't have to worry about Valentine's Day every year and being alone. But you're not alone.
So I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You feel that people do not get what they deserve?
Well, I mean, last time we did the show, people felt that you get what you deserve, and that's all you're good for is that's what you deserve.
I believe
that people left out something called grace, because sometimes somebody could overlook your mistakes and see your growth, and they go for it. Because if you sit down, whatever hardship you had growing up and you grew from it, you shouldn't be punished for something that happened in your past. You grew, you learned, you developed, you're a new person, right?
No, you should be punished for things you did in your past.
But you grew. But you already learned from your past. What life will handle you in your past. That's already done, right? But a person that grows, you grow. I can't stop a person who was this person 20 years ago, but they're not within those 20 years. There's a lot of change that took place. and here you are, the person that I'm dating now. I can't go back to who you were 20 years ago and hold you accountable when you're not you did everything you're supposed to do to heal, to fix, to mend relationships. You grew as a person. But it's okay we disagree, E. But I don't want to go into that. It's okay for us to disagree.
I want to ask you a question. So what if your past is playing out in your present?
But again, that's somebody who have they grown? Because that's not the person I'm talking to. If you have not grown, this is not the advice for you.
No, let me give you an example. A person, say for example, somebody got an STD that they couldn't get rid of, right? So I ain't gotta say it. They done changed, they found the Lord. Do a person entering into dating that person, should that be a factor or should they give them grace?
Well, here's something. If you have an STI, right, and you let somebody know, that person has a choice to take you on or not, right? The person that you're dating do not have the right to shame you because you already gone through that process already. You have changed. So I've known a lot of people, because the STI, they probably became a nurse or a doctor, or they, whatever that change took place. They became a counselor, a therapist. So I don't believe in that. I have the right to judge everybody to this standard. Like, I just don't. That's not me. And I'm a therapist, not therapist, but I'm a counselor. So I don't hold people to that. So that's not where I come from. But other people, that's other people. But for me, I don't want people to feel trapped, like they don't deserve to be loved. You do deserve to be loved. You deserve to be open, so the other person that you're dating, so they know. But at the same time, you shouldn't be trapped by your past. That's caused depression. They cause people to exit themselves. That's not fair, because God gives you ways to grow. I can't sit down and tell somebody like, you have no chance to grow. You have no chance to develop, because guess what? We all go through what we need to go through to be the person that's needed for the person that's after us. And that's it. I'm not above anybody. I'm not nobody's leader or nothing. But I believe that everybody's go through something in life for somebody else who's going through the same thing. To each one, teach one, and that's where I'm at.
So if you're talking about life, you're talking about work, you're talking about jobs, I'm agree. But when we talk about when you're dating and pursuing somebody for marriage, their past matters.
But they're not trapping their past. And I hear you. I hear you. But guess what? At this point in age, everybody done something. And I'm not going to act like there's no virgins here. Nobody here is innocent. We come from the Sex and the City generation. It's been, we're the product of, what's that thing called? Sexual liberation, where we came from the 60s and everything, which was not us. That's our parents and grandparents. We come through all that mess. Gen Xers, what's the other one that come after Gen X? Gen X, Gen Z, all of us. We come from this overly sexualized place. I'm not going to sit down and act like we're all a bunch of Puritans and everything else. That's not where I'm at. Now, for E the man, if this is where you at, you have every right to preach it, and that's where you're at. I'm not there. I'm just not there. If you change as a person,
blemish free.
Well,
Nobody's blemish free. Ain't nobody blemish free.
Yeah, nobody's blemish free. And I'm not going to sit here and tell people they don't deserve love. If you develop and you grew and you learn and you change, because guess what? That's all we do as human beings is change and develop. That's it. There's nothing else that I can ask for you to do. It's up to me to decide and choose you.
So the only guarantee I believe when you was born is that you was going to die, right? You wasn't guaranteed that somebody was going to love you. Like, all these things was not guaranteed. And we live in a society. Let me ask you another question. I want to make sure I understand. So if you had a son and your son was dating in this current market, you would tell him that no matter what a person passes, he should give them a chance because they deserve love.
Did they grow from their past? That's not what I said.
He said.
I'm asking what are you?
That's not what I said. What I said about past, right? What I said about past is that people need to grow from their past and to learn from their past and develop from their past. That's what I'm looking for when I go out and date. I will never go ahead and take somebody as they are, because guess what? They're not done. Right. It's not, the whole thing of like, when you're in your 20s, you're in your 20s to learn, to fumble, to grow. When you're in your 30s, there's a different fumbling and there's a different growth. When you're in your 40s, guess what? You're still going to learn some stuff. When you're in your 50s, you're still going to learn some stuff. But when you're 60s and 70s, the attitude that people have is that people are not supposed to grow. People are perfect. At a certain age, things are magically happening. Like damn Lucky Charms, everything is magically delicious. The fuck no, it doesn't happen that way. Everybody fumbles. Everybody fall. There's some courses you're going to repeat, and there's some new courses that you didn't see coming. You develop as a person. Life throw things at you that make you grow. You're not going to be the same person you were 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, or 15 years ago, or even 30 years ago. What I'm just saying for anybody who's single is this is the truth. You need to acknowledge yourself, forgive yourself, and move forward. If you've grown as a person, guess what? You deserve love. If you want love, you deserve love. Work for it. But I don't believe that, again, it's okay. It's okay to disagree. But people want love.
I do want you to answer my question. What advice would you give your son? If your son was entering into the dating market, what advice should he judge the women that he's going to choose, or should he just give? Like, what advice would you give your son?
If there's somebody that you want to marry, do you see forever with this person, and why?
And why? Yeah.
And why? Because guess what? We're all young people. Guess what? When I was young and my father had this talk with me, I told him, and he was trying to do what you did. You know what I did? You don't understand our love. You don't understand nothing. I'm not going to talk to you no more. And guess what happened? I ain't talked to him. I never talked to him. Right? So here's the reason. Here's something, right? Men and women are going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to make their own decisions. It is not my job to control you. The only thing I could do with you is listen, show you some things, and then guess what? There are some life lessons you're going to learn on your own when you go out and you make these decisions. I can't force you.
How old is your children?
I have a 14-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 1-year-old, and a 2-month-old.
Okay. Ooh. Your children are 25, 23, 20 years old, and you're dealing with them like in real time in terms of their love life and how it affects you and your whole entire family. You might want to revisit the conversation. Because when you're dealing with children that really shouldn't even be in relationships, and you're speaking on something that honestly you can only talk to another adult about, you're giving your opinion from a position that really you don't hold.
Well, no, so I'm giving this from a child point of view. My father.
I'll make this.
Well, let me help you understand what I meant by that. When I went to my father and my mother, I expected them to give me the truth. Now, regardless if I liked it or not, it was my responsibility either to take the truth and run with it, or for me to be able to leave the truth right when they gave it at to me. I don't think that parents should cater their message away from what's best for the kids for the sake of the kids' feelings.
I don't see where Stan was saying anything in that direction. So I don't even know where to place that in the conversation. However, your parents, just like my parents, gave us their truth, not the truth, their truth. And that's the only truth they can give us. Like me, I had my first child when I was 15 years old. I gave my children my truth as a teen parent. And this is what they grew up understanding firsthand in real time. So this is why my children specifically understand why you shouldn't have children when you're a teenager. And none of my children have kids or have had kids as teenagers, and they're over 21 years old. Two of them are over 21. One is 25 and one is 22 now. So it's like, yeah, that was my truth. Now, I couldn't give them the truth the way my mother gave it to me as a woman who, when I got 10 years old, she was in her 40s. Like, I couldn't give them the truth. So that's what I'm saying. It's like they did give you a truth, but again, all truths are but half truths.
So no, what I was asking, Stan was making the point, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stan. He was saying that we should not judge people, right? Everybody deserves love. Like I don't know why we think people deserve something.
Hold on, no. I didn't say it's not judge people. I think like we should not hold people to where they were 20, 30 years ago. You judge them for something that's 3 decades old when they have changed. If they have changed and they grew from it and learned from it, who are you to judge? Like, let me go ahead and look at your past. Have you let go of some stuff? Have you gone through some stuff? The thing about life shapes you up. You like, I take it you're from the military, right? So who you were in the beginning of boot camp is not who you are now. There was some skills you picked up and experience in years, and you elevated yourself up in ranks. I can't judge you from when you started off at boot camp because you're the person who you are now. And that's what I'm saying is we have to forgive people. Like in these panels, a lot of times we act as though 1, we're perfect, and then 2, the person needs to be perfect too. When like we came from a whole bunch of like, again, sexual resolution in the 60s, the 80s, oh my God, Porky and everything else, Sex in the City the 90s to 2000, Girlfriends 2000 and to like Insecure. Look, this is where we at. So everybody experienced sexually, everybody got exposed to a lot of sex. Guess what? Fetishized drugs, Molly popping, drugs, shooting guns, all this stuff. To come here and I'm expecting somebody to be an angel, a complete angel, is not a reality. And the point of that was like, the main point I wanted to point out for people was, look, get out of this whole thing of like being hyper about going on dates and not really looking at the long term of like, we need to get to a relationship, or just straight up like go on exclusive dates or just have a girlfriend, boyfriend, and then we go into marriage. We just jump the guns for like, I want to go on a date, keep on going on dates. Then after that, I want to jump into like, let's get married. But we're not looking into that middle. It's a journey. And if you look at your own life, it was a journey. So enjoy the journey of dating and keep on pushing the envelope when you go on these dates and go on some more journeys. That's all I want for the single people.
So Stan, no, and I want you to understand, say for example, I was in the United States military, right? And I got diagnosed with PTSD, right? I've been going to counseling, I've been doing that. I believe that women should take that in consideration if they're talking about dating me. They should judge that. They should have a perspective like, hey, this man can go off on me or snap in such a way. And what I'm saying is if they pass, can trickle down into their future, we should be able to take that at least in consideration when we're thinking about dating somebody, because we don't have to forgive them for their past. That's their past. We got to accept them. I believe that we got to make sure this person's a good fit for our life moving forward. And if they're not, we need to say, based off what your past, you're not a good fit for where I'm going in my future.
But I think you're making. I think you're making his point, which is you're speaking of someone's experience in the now. Now we can tie it to a past if we know about that past. But let's suppose you didn't know about their past, and what you're seeing right now is what you're seeing. At the end of the day, you're judging the person right now. Like I've been in the circumstance that you just named, dealing with a guy ex-military with PTSD. Wakes up in the middle of the night, grabs his gun, and that's just how he is when he hear a noise, and it was me. And just so happened, gun didn't go off. I couldn't deal with that. There's nothing I can do to fix that. And if that goes any way left, I can't come back from that. And so I couldn't deal with him. Not because he used to be in the military and he killed some people. That's not why I can't deal with him as far as his past. It's about my experience of him right now. This is where he's at right now. So this is what I'm judging. Now, yes, I can say, okay, yeah, it has something to do with his past. But let's suppose he wasn't in the military and he woke up doing that, and I don't know what's in his past to tie it to. I'm not judging his past. I'm judging who he is right now. You're making Stan's point. Like right now, I'm considering my experience of you. Is this affecting who you are right now? Period. Now, like you said, if everything in everybody's past can affect their future, everything. But the question is it?
Let me speak. Let me say something real quick.
Right.
That word "deserve," like for me, I don't use it. Everyone currently in the position that you're in right now, you deserve that. You are a sum of what you have accumulated over your life. The choices you make automatically have consequences. That's what you deserve. Now, can you be worthy of something greater? Yes. You can make the changes. You can go through self-awareness, introspection, identifying your problems, becoming greater, becoming worthy to receive something better. Know yourself, know your worth. Now that's when you can start saying, hey, I have done the work. I have became a better person. So I am worthy. I'm worth that type of woman. I'm worth that type of man because I am now in the direction of growing to become that, or I'm already there. As far as giving someone grace, that is kind of tricky because, again, if someone has not done what they're supposed to do, they can bring along that baggage with them. And they can bring that into a situation where you're healthy. They can bring their unhealthiness into a relationship, and that can actually damage you. And then now, y'all guys is not even supposed to be together. Now you won't even be good for the next person, where you could have been patient and waited for someone that was healthy where you were at, and y'all would have came together and done right. So we got to be careful about that.
Truth. If you don't open up a church this year, I don't know what I'm gonna do with you, dog. Open up a church. The first Ebenezer is a church of truth. That's what I'm gonna do, dog. Yo, I just saw the oil drip down my head.
You're on that daggone music, man.
Yeah. I think Wally said it right. I don't deserve anything. I earn anything. That's like me being on here saying, when I hear people say I deserve love, I think I deserve 100,000 subscribers. No, I earned those things. You should earn love. These are things that's just not given to you because you're a human. It's because you put in the work to get it. So that's why I don't support that you deserve love statement.
What he just said was that he just said that if you do the work introspection and you have become a different person, that is work, okay? And so therefore, if you do the work and you're not the same person you was, and you are exhibiting a different like way about you, then yes, you deserve something else. But that's what Stan is essentially saying.
Hey,
84.
Hey, I said what I said. I'm kind of done because I'm over my limit. But I do. It's great conversations. But I have a 2-hour limit, and I've been on for 3. Oh, 84. What you got?
Is my sound out?
You sound better now. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I didn't know what was going on. Do people deserve? I think. Okay. I think deserve maybe that's a far-fetched term. There's some people that are owed things, yeah. But if you owe a debt or you owe something to somebody, you need to pay. You damn sure need to pay. All right. So some people are owed things. Now, are you deserve something? That's like a right of privilege or a rite of passage. It depends. It depends on the situation. When it comes to love, I say a child deserves love. I think people deserve certain type of love. And Mr. Bryant, I feel you. I think everybody deserves love too. You know what I'm saying? That's my love side right there. That's my nice side. That's the good side of Mr. Best. Okay, everybody deserves love. Yes. No, I mean that's not my other side. The other side, like, man, fuck them. But my good side is like everybody deserves love. So yeah,
No, Mario, I wasn't talking about romantic love. I was just talking about, you deserve love. Like you did the work and you deserve the love. If you did the work and you did everything you're supposed to do and you learn from your life, you're gonna get some love. I mean, that's it. That's how it is. Didn't mention anything about romantic love. Now that's like another show entirely. I did my 3 hours in 10 minutes. My coffee is wearing out. So I just want to say happy Valentine's Day to everybody. The man, thank you for pushing back. Love that. Thank you so much. Miss Oshun, thank you for staying with me and rocking. Truth, my goal for Truth this year, he needs to be he needs to show his face on this FaceTime, because bruh.
Your presence is a presence.
Your presence needs to show the face.
He got to open the
Queen forever. Yeah. Thank you.
Lola be seeing me soon. She'll tell you how I look.
No. You're going to be on cam. You got cam up. Queen, thank you for coming on. Mr. 84, glad to have you. M3, thank you for the show. And I just wanted to give dedication to Queen B, because last year we did the show with her and she's no longer with us. And I just want to appreciate everybody for coming on tonight. And happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you, Stan.
So everybody go ahead and drop what people find
love.
Yes, happy Valentine's Day.
Everybody deserves some love.
Everybody deserves love. Even psychedelic man over there, M3. Especially you.
Oh my god.
So what does this mean?
Go around and put down what the people can find you. I will start with this side. The man Williams. Where people can find you.
Yeah. So
Lola. Okay.
So my name is the Man Williams. I have a channel that talks about finances and relationships and kind of just taking yourself to the next level. It's the Man Williams on social media, and I also have a YouTube page. If you need any business coaching, you go to themanwilliams.com, send my assistant a personal message, and we can definitely help you take your business to the next level.
Miss Oshun.
As you guys can see, you guys can find me at Miss Oshun Possible. That is my business page. I talk about everything Oshun, and if you understand the energy of Oshun, you understand why I'm talking about it. So you can find me there. I do have some YouTube content. However, as some of you know, in my back channel life, I'm working on a YouTube project, but I do have a channel on a few channels on YouTube. But if you follow me there on those, you might not see a lot because I haven't developed it. The Real Serious B, that's my research channel now. So I'll be putting some information on there about the research that I do overseas, and just different conversations about, research and history. I do have another channel, Average at Best, but that's a new channel. I put stuff on every now and then, but you can find most of my work on Miss Oshun Possible.
Yeah.
Next up, Truth. Truth, who are you? And where can people find you?
Truth is the truth. He's a top G, boy.
All right, so you can find me at Truth and Purpose Nexus. You already know me as Truth. For the year 2023, I'm the original top G. All right. Y'all can also find me coming soon on the Intellectual SoapBox with my boy 84. I appreciate it. It's going to be a pleasure.
Yeah.
Truthful Thursdays. So holla at me.
Yeah, baby.
Queen Forever 2K. How can people find you? And let us know more about you.
Don't find me. It's okay. Don't look. I'm cool. Don't come looking. You might get stop. You can find me on Instagram, Queen Forever 2K, and knowledge and relationships, Intellectual SoapBox. You know, that's where I'm at. That's where I be. If you see me, you see me. If you don't, you don't. Have a good day and Happy New Year.
Mr. 84, tell us some more.
Man, I'm not promoting that, man. Look, man, y'all know who it is already, all right? I'm gonna be here all day, all right? I got too many shows. Got too many Intellectual SoapBox and knowledge and relationship. IG. Look, man. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something on IG. Stop sending me them spam messages, all right? All right, stop sending me the spam messages of the adult content and of that Bitcoin stuff. That Bitcoin stuff and that get you automatically blocked. Don't send me none of that, all right? I don't care about no Bitcoin. Okay?
Oh,
Bitcoin is still around?
Yeah.
Dang. Jeez Louise. Don't send me no more Bitcoin. Please, no more Bitcoin. I don't care about no Forex options. I don't care. Later, y'all. Love y'all.
Bitcoin boys, man. Tell you.
Mr. M3.
Well, you can find me here where everybody else is at. Knowledge and relationships. You know? Just make sure that all you ladies and gentlemen, especially, you know, Valentine's Day, make sure that, well, hopefully you guys and ladies have got your minds right. I'm for sure y'all did. You know, y'all came up so happy and pleasant, you know, so. But other than that, y'all, you know, thank y'all for tuning in. You know, Stan does have some type of either bedtime or he probably have a booty call coming in, so we have to respect his time. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the man still got to try to get some. But by him come up to this platform and hosting with him and Lola, you know, they're actually sacrificing, for most extent, sacrificing his time and all that. You know, Lola, we appreciate.
I might be on the next show. I might be on the next show.
You right?
Yeah.
So support my boys, Big Rig.
Yeah, Big.
Be that Dude.
He said y'all ended early. Man, look. When it's work time, work week, man, we gotta end it. You know, it ain't early for us.
It is a work thing.
Yeah.
Oh, but wait a minute. Before you guys go out, I wanted to respond to Mr. Vouaghn Bryant. The statement that I referred to earlier between the conversation between Either Man and Scam about all truths are but half truths, that comes out of the Kabbalion. And you can read more about that. But what that essentially says that is reality is dual in nature. And all things are identical to its opposite because it's only different in degree. So when I tell you that I am green, right? I am green, but I'm also every other color too, because in order for you to see green, all other colors must be suppressed in order for you to see green. That's how color works, right? So in reality, I am everything that is green and everything that is not green. So it's the same, it's just different in degree. So that's why I said all truths are but half truths. So when I, as a woman, give my children a truth, it is only a half truth because it's not an absolute truth. I can never give someone an absolute truth. That's just not how life is. Like, there's no such thing as absolutes out here. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as gray. But that's what I was referring to. Nothing real deep. But if you want to read more up about just that concept, you can check that out in what's called the Kabbalion, or what people understand as the Hermetic theory. But that's what I was referring to as far as that's concerned.
I must have missed out like a lot because wait, okay, you said you're green?
No, it was an example to say, for instance, if you're looking at grass and you say the grass is green, it is green, but it's also every other color too, because the way light works is it has to suppress all other colors in order for you to see green. Like,
so what's your colors?
Same color. Like, that's what I'm saying. Life exists in duality. Like, you are equal parts of male and female. The only reason why you're male is because the female aspect of you is suppressed. And therefore, the male aspect of you is what's active. That's why you're male. Same thing on the opposite side. But at the end of the day, it's a difference in degree, not a difference in nature. Men and women are equally human. They're just different in degrees of humanistic like features. That's it. So that's all I was saying by that, is to say And I think somebody, Wally, said it in here earlier, that it's about point of view. I can give you the truth from my point of view, but that's what you're getting, the truth from a point of view, not an absolute truth from all points of view. No one can give you an absolute truth from all points of view. That sentence doesn't even make sense. So when you look for your parents to give you the truth, they have given you a truth, even if they wasn't overtly saying, this is my truth. They're giving you a truth by their actions. They're showing you a truth of reality. Now,
their reality. That's why we simplify to perception.
They can only give you their reality. They can only give you their point of view. They cannot give you more than that. So for you to look for more than that, you cannot look to one person to give you all points of view. That doesn't make any sense. So that's why I said it's not that your parents are lying to you. It's not that your parents cannot do something that they should be able to do. They can only give you the truth that they have, which is their truth. That's it. That's it.
Perception, pretty much.
That's all anyone has. I can't give you the truth of a perspective of a president. I've never been a president. You will never get that from me. You can't. I can't give that to you. I can talk about it, but I can't give you the truth from a president's point of view. I can give you the truth from my point of view based on who and what I am. But are you going to tell me my truth is a lie? Are you going to tell me a president's truth is a lie because he's not Lola? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like we getting wrapped up in the truth when in reality, there's no such thing as the truth. It's just a truth. And you learn truths as you go through life and you put them together. And that's what you understand as what you have experienced based on what you know for a fact, based on what you've experienced. So, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with either man that we should get truth from wherever we get truth from. What I'm saying is holding people to the degree of absolute truth, that doesn't make any sense.
So the reason I believe in absolute truth.
Extended the show.
No, I just want to say this. If I said, hey, in 1998, Usain Bolt ran a 9.63 mile, that is truth. It's not a half truth. It is based off factual information. So when I was stating what I was saying earlier,
that's not them giving you their perspective.
So that's what I'm saying from a parent's point of view. When I was talking about truth, I think it's things that is truth that's based on facts of past data, and that was the stance I was taking. But I do get what you're saying. If you're giving me their perspective or what they think is right, can be something that it can be not true to it. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm talking about they're standing on facts. You know, it's better for a child. It's typically better for a child to be be conceived in a marriage than to be conceived in a single family home.
But look what you just said. It's better, meaning there's a slither of degree where it's not. That's also true too.
I get what you're saying, but it's still true what I said. It's not half of it.
No, I'm not negating you, but my whole statement is you're giving a truth because what you just said indicates that there's more than just what you said that is true, and it's the opposite too. So it's like, stop looking at people as something that should be perfect to give you absolutes. Don't do that. If you want to understand math, go look at math. That's not a person. That's math. Go look at physics. That's not a person. That's physics, right? Do that. But don't look for people to give you absolute truth because the human experience is not an absolute thing. It's not. And if you treat humans like they're supposed to be giving you an absolute thing, this is you feeling like you deserve something from a human that you really don't. You don't deserve an absolute truth from no individual. You don't. Even if they're your parents, you don't deserve that. No one has that, and no one incarnated into this life to give you an absolute truth. I didn't come here to make sure.
Hold on.
Okay? That's not what I became their mother for. Seriously, I have my flaws. My children will learn through my perfection as a mother and my imperfection as a mother. I did not come here to give them every single thing that's right and or wrong. Like, that's not why I came here. That's not why they will have children and teach their children. That's not what it is.
Let me say this, because this is not turning some black foul shit. All right, Black Father's Sunday, all right?
Oh, man.
Look, okay? For some reason, we always get on the truth and religion and all that, look, and perception and all that other shit. Listen, all right? Listen, okay? Look, nothing is absolute, okay? Nothing is absolute. You know what I mean? There are variations in everything. Even the language we speak. We're speaking a language that we perceive is English. It's not actually English. It's a form of English. Everything has variations because we're not perfect people. So there's variation in everything. So Lola's actually right. I know.
So 84. Let me ask you.
Hold on. Let me finish. I know a lot of y'all want to believe you're right. I know a lot of y'all want to believe you're right, but you're wrong in your rightness, and you're right in your wrongness. Okay. I'm just being real with you. Okay, and that's just life. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm able to live the life I live and be comfortable because I know that there are things I'm wrong about. And I'm okay with my wrongness. I've done enough research to know there's things I believe that's wrong. You know what I mean? That's not theoretically probably true for everybody. But so let me give you my perceptions, what I like. But go ahead.
Let me give you a truth that is no wrong in it. It's 100% true. This is what my mother and father told me. It's an absolute. It takes a man and a woman to make a child.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. That is not an absolute truth. That is
not anymore, baby.
Specific to humans, and even then, it's not an absolute truth because it's not. Stop it. I don't even want to get into that because, like Mr. Best said, that's some Black Power stuff. But stop. I understand where they're coming from because they're trying to teach you not to go off to the other persuasion and to keep a woman and procreate. But that is not an absolute truth. But here's the thing. But what's important? What's important is you in your relationship. That's what's important. But let's stop saying, oh, this is an absolute truth because you're just drunk on the fact that something is absolute when in reality, we all know that's not absolute.
I want to understand how two men or two women can make a baby in the human race.
You believe? Are you Christian?
Inventory, stop laughing.
Can't help it.
E, are you Christian?
I am a believer.
Are you talking about
Christianity?
Parts or
why we get into Christian? Wait. Why we get into Christianity? Why?
Let E answer. Christian.
I am a believer.
You know who's gonna go here in 3. You know that already.
Are you a believer in the Bible?
I'm a believer in Jesus Christ.
In Jesus Christ, okay. So let me just make a few assumptions, okay? At the end of the day, right, when the religion, the Bible, or whatever, whoever taught you religion and faith tell you that God is a man and God made woman from a man, 2 men made a woman. You have faith in that. You don't even know that to be true, but you have faith in that. But you're going to sit here and tell me that when I tell you it does not take a man and a woman to have a child. Technology has proven that. Right now we have virgins who have babies, but they're still virgins. So when you say it takes a man and a woman, you're not accounting for all species. You're not even accounting for what we know as human beings about how to manipulate genetics. So at the end of the day, listen, I get what you're saying when it comes to a family. It does take a man and a woman to create a family. But when you say man and a woman to create a baby, listen, we can go into some black file stuff with that, but just accept the fact that there's a degree of difference in everything that you're saying. It really is a degree. But it doesn't negate the morality of what you're saying because it's 100% true. The morality is what it is. But let's stop acting like everything is an absolute. Like, it's not.
All right.
Oh, damn.
So what I was saying
why we
is,
always gotta do this, y'all. Every time we have a topic, why we always gotta get into religion? Look, man, believe what y'all want to believe, okay? Believe. No, I know, but let me just say this: believe what y'all want to believe, all right? Y'all all wrong, y'all all right, y'all all great, and y'all ain't shit, okay? I just want you to all know that. No matter what you believe, no matter what you say, okay? No, I gotta keep it real, Queen. I'm tired of this religion shit, man. Like, if you believe that you're going to heaven, that you're good, cool. I'm glad you believe you're going to heaven, that you're good. I think you're full of shit, and I think you have bad stuff that you do too. But that is what I believe. But it is what it is, okay? And if you believe you're going to hell, you're going to hell. It's all good.
You are a perfect being.
Yeah.
Enjoy
it, exactly.
The interesting part about it, right, even if I go in the lab and I say, hey, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this semen and I'm going to do it. So God was not man, he was a spirit. It's something totally different.
That's your belief.
Based off the Bible.
That's your belief.
But what I'm saying is that in the human race, a man and a man and a woman and a woman cannot have a baby.
What you're talking about is family. You're not talking about genetics. Asexual creatures exist. You know that. So I don't want to go back and forth with you about that, because I'm agreeing with you that a man and a woman cannot have a baby together as the way a woman and a man can have sex together. You are correct in that. But when it comes to can a male and a female come together in terms of cells and have a baby, now you're into theoretical science. So let's just be honest that everything exists in degrees, and what you're talking about literally comes down to a degree of separation. However, you are correct in terms of family, which is the only thing that's important right now.
Okay. Let's just put it like this: like all you guys are going to purgatory, all right? Let's just end like that.
Most of y'all are
going in that floating space. Everybody floating.
Like, I keep telling y'all, most people, I keep telling y'all, and I'm sticking to this, most people ain't shit. I'm really telling y'all that. Because when y'all really get tested, and y'all really get tested to really stand on what you believe. No, let me finish, Queen. Let me finish, Queen. When they really gotta help somebody on the streets, when they really gotta get money, when they really gotta donate, and when they really gotta sacrifice for some shit, I really want to see how far your Christian cross goes, okay? And I'm pretty sure that shit don't go too far. I'm pretty sure it don't. But most
that is 100% true.
I'm not saying you, E, and I'm not saying you, true.
That is 100%.
I'm not saying y'all. I'm not saying y'all.
Talking about.
That is 100%
People don't have
true.
blemishes. 84 people perfect. People don't have a past. They ain't got nothing to change.
I know.
What you talking about?
Well, they did want to end the show, so I let it go.
No hair out of place, baby. All day. Edges laid. So press never sweat it out.
Look. Let me tell you something, right?
E, I'm not saying you specifically, E. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm not saying you, bro. I respect you.
No, I like, listen, you gotta understand, being a believer of Christ, it always comes with criticism. You know, it been happening since Jesus walked this earth. So the idea that I'm not going to have to carry my cross, to me, I'd be like, it doesn't hurt when people say, well, there's a whole bunch of people not doing this. I only can be accountable for what I'm doing. And I know what I'm doing in the city. I know what my church is doing. But when people say what Christians not doing, there's a lot of people that's not doing nothing.
Yep.
So, but I don't take it personal, 84. What I'm saying is, I don't take it personal. I understand what I'm doing in the community. I understand my impact. And I think a lot of things I am doing is because I am a believer. So, but that's just me. But I can't be accounted for the Christians that's not doing right. So you are right. It's Christians out there. It's people out there. It don't matter what group of people you get in. It's gonna be people who ain't doing what they supposed to do. So I agree with you.
I feel you. And either man, we are more the same than what you know.
Well, I'll tell you this, either man, right? My father told me a truth, right? That is the truth. But I found out through my own experience that it wasn't the only truth. And I thought it was an absolute truth at first. But then I realized that it's not that he was wrong. It was just that was his truth. And he told me once, and I usually say this, and it is true, that he said, you know, the way you meet a man is the way you're going to leave a man. So never try to change him because men don't change for women. That is true. However, there's another truth in that men change when they want to change. They don't change for women. This is true. But when they want to change, for whatever reason, they will change. That's another truth that my father didn't give me. However, was I supposed to get that truth from my father? No, that wasn't the truth my father was meant to give me. Was it an absolute truth? No, but it was a truth. And it does hold weight. But so does the opposite. So that's what I'm saying. Our parents are there as lessons to us, as our lovers are there as lessons to us. Did I learn how to be feminine and be a woman for real from my mom? No, I didn't. My mother was very cruel. I did not learn that lesson of motherhood didn't come from my mother in my lifetime. It came from other sources. However, I had my father. And it's like that. But your parents are lessons to you, just like your children will be lessons to you. Each one will be a lesson to you. So, but it's like absolute truths. Listen, let's stop worrying about what's absolute and let's just worry about what is actual, meaning what is relevant right now. That's all I'm saying.
Man, I feel on that one. I feel on that one. I'm gonna just say this too, right? At the end of the day, we can only do what's in front of us. We can't. You know what I mean? We can't really stress too much about really anything else, man. Like we just can't. You know what I'm saying? And like Lola was saying, it's all perspective. You know what I'm saying? It's all just how we feel about things or how we view things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So that's really what it is. You know what I mean?
I think a lot of you guys, y'all stand on y'all opinions, right? Y'all stand on y'all opinions. Y'all stand on the things that y'all feel. I just think that everybody else have that right too. They got the right to stand on it. And I think it comes down to that thing is I disagree with a lot of things y'all say. And I don't say, oh, that's wrong, this, that, and the third, because that's what you believe. But I appreciate y'all guys having me over. I always like coming over here because I know Lola got the smoke for me, so I come especially to get the smoke.
I did not disagree with you. Let's say this. I was not disagreeable with you, and I didn't say you were wrong. Like I said, you are correct in what you're saying, but what you're saying in your correctness is in its own lane. It's not. It's a truth. It's a truth, but it's a truth. It's not the only truth out there, but it is a truth, and it stands on its own. So I can't disagree with you on that. But where it comes to that blanketed statement of absolute truths and expecting absolute truths out of fallible people, like that's just unrealistic, and it never has happened, and it never will happen. And honestly, the only phrase that I can kind of go along with when it comes to absolute truths is when people say, well, God gives you an absolute truth. I can kind of sort of go along with that, only understanding that those truths are actual truths, meaning things you can utilize right now, as in now, like the absolute truths of laws. That's a right now sort of thing. That's not a, well, if you think about it, this is what this means versus it. That's not what that is. This is a right now circumstance. So I could go along with it in that context, but it's like that's as far as I can go. But I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm only saying that what we're talking about has its place in this physical world. That's it.
So I believe people should actually believe what they believe is absolutely true, because those are the people who actually accomplish things and change the world. Like if you listen to Elon Musk, how he talk, it's nothing in his mind that you think is wrong. And just him having that certainty gives him a level of confidence to be able to change the world. So I have no beef. I tell y'all, I got no beef. I come over here to have a good time. When I have a long day to wind down, I'm cool. I just see y'all guys again when y'all got a little bit more time for me to dive a little bit deeper in something like this. Y'all guys
we love you, brother. We love you, brother. You know what it is.
Yeah.
Y'all guys have a good night.
You too.
Later, bro.
Okay, Marcus. Listen. We ain't listen.
Oh.
Listen. Okay.
Marcus is not allowed on the show. Leave him in the chat.
Truth, where you at, dog?
Truth is out back there digressing.
No, I'm still here, man. Y'all.
Watch out. I don't get it. Watch out.
Hey, when you come up here, though, you got to be ready for anything, dog.
Well, Lola's going to beat you down with everything.
Oh, my goodness.
She knows. So.
Y'all see, I was good today.
I love my family.
No,
y'all make me laugh every day.
I'm just saying, like, the ER word 8 times.
Y'all make me laugh every day. God dang. Oh man.
Shit, man.
Truth, what are you talking about? You
That's
perfect.
behavior.
Truth, you ain't got no flaws. What do you mean? You perfect, man.
Hey, it's been on display 2 whole years that I got flaws.
Nobody
You
got
know
no
that, ain't
flaws.
you?
You don't deserve forgiveness.
Hey. Truth is a man of God, all right? So he deserves, like, you know, yeah. Exactly.
What?
Y'all be careful.
I don't deserve forgiveness, but I accept it.
Oh, look at you trying to be humble, please.
I
Ain't
accept
working.
it.
Don't nobody believe that.
I accept it. But I am that dude.
Don't
I'm not
nobody
talking about
believe that
B-Eazy.
true. Oh, I don't deserve it, but I'll accept it.
I'll accept
please.
it.
Oh, look at you, True. It's heart day. It's heart day today. Everybody have a
You
good
know
heart.
what? But you know what? To Truth's point, right? When it comes to love, love isn't a thing that operates on the same logic as your mind or math or anything else in the universe. Love's logic is something that we're still trying to figure out. So it's like why you love a person can never be behind logic. Like it's just like for instance, your heart is never told what to do. It can be told when to respond, but it can never be told who to love and why to love whoever it chooses to love. You have no control over love. You only can experience what your heart is doing. You cannot tell it what to do. So when we say, well, do you deserve love? Here's the thing. We can't even talk about it because we don't really know why we love anything. It's like for instance, what is your favorite color and why? You don't know. You just understand favorite color, and this is
That's true right there.
So I mean,
you can't understand why it's your favorite color, but it's your understanding. It may not make sense to you, but it makes sense to me. And Andrew, what you sipping on? Your cup, your hand getting a little weak in the in the wrist. You got that cup? He taking it to the head. I'm so glad you're not driving today. I'm so glad.
Stop it.
Look, I don't drink
that
anyway.
wrist was looking a little weak.
I don't know what you talking about, Queen.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna go back and look at it. Anyway.
Wait, a little tipsy.
Yeah, he got that red cup, boy. Got that red mug.
Just because y'all get weak off of drinking apple juice, okay?
Oh wow! Nobody like apple juice.
I said we saw you drunk before. I saw you drunk before. You was drunk.
You talk about apple juice. You talk about apple juice a lot. You know.
I want that. Hey, I want that blue drink. Whatever Lola had a couple days ago. I want that drink.
No, that was cool.
You don't want that, brother. You don't want that. I don't know what that was. You don't want that.
Why is you putting that information? Okay.
Wait, matter of fact, you got to think, right?
Somebody else.
No. Now, Lola, right? Now, you know you have a small stomach. You shouldn't be drinking alcohol, period, okay? Look, people like you know you can't handle wine, all right? You can't even handle a little bit of grape juice.
It was truth or dare, and I lost.
Of course you lost, though.
Of course you lost, yeah.
What?
Okay?
Yeah, truth or dare.
No.
Girls in relationships.
You better stop talking about sipping the spirits.
Look. Just stay away from 3 things, right? Stay away from Coca-Cola. Stay away from any kinds of alcohol, right? Stay away from the snacks, all right? You don't need no late night snacks. You don't need the Coke along with the snacks, nor do you even need to have a drink. Not even an ounce of it.
Too.
First, okay.
Stay away from the
I drink real good floats, all right? Not anymore.
Yes, you do.
I do try to eat balanced meals, and I am on lots of vitamins and supplements. So every now and then, I do treat myself to things that I need to indulge in. That keeps me balanced. I don't strictly do anything because that's not a balanced life. However, I will say that when I did drink, I drank with friends, people that I trust. And like I said, it was a truth or dare thing, and I lost, and I had to take lots of drinks. But at the end of the day, like
you want a glass. They ain't lots of drink. Well, maybe that might be lots of drinks for you.
Shot glasses? Really? Shot glasses?
No, look, that's not what I heard about the story. You only took one drink. You was out like a light.
Completely out.
Okay?
No, that light. Okay, that's not what it was. Okay, that's not what it was.
Okay.
Miss Ocean, you ain't got to explain yourself to them.
No. She do need to explain. Okay.
She keep drinking that soda. You gonna have to get your heart checked. I'm telling you.
You ain't
drinking that soda really that long.
Daddy.
I don't drink soda.
You ain't her daddy.
You did drink Coca-Cola. I seen it. I seen it.
I really.
You was eating McDonald's too. You have to get your heart checked.
Well, you know her
and Stan.
Yeah.
Stan sent her a Happy Meal.
Oh shit!
Look, man, he don't deserve no Happy Meal. All right. Look, next time, right? When I see y'all eating snacks, right, especially on the show, I want to see some celery popping up. I want to see some like nice cold or hot, tea, whatever it is. I want to see you guys healthy.
You ain't nobody, daddy.
Hey, quit it. Put down the alcohol too, all right?
Hey, we still going to do that. We still going to do that 8 to 12 to 16 to 24-hour stream.
No.
Y'all crazy for that one. I'll be on there for maybe like 5 hours of that drink, but I'm going to bed.
He'll be on there. He'll be on there, best.
I'll be on there, but I'm gonna be asleep. Well, most of it, I'm gonna tell you that much.
All you need
Hey,
is
as long as we keep fix the duration, as long as you complete the duration you want.
Hey, okay.
No, okay. Who said that I'm scary when I'm drunk? Who said that? B-Eazy, you need to stop. You really need to stop. Like, it sounds scary. Why? Because you think that I'm gonna be running my mouth if I'm tipsy or whatever. No, that's not how I.
Well, rumor has
it's actually the opposite. She actually becomes mortal and loses her powers.
I'm scary when I'm drunk.
Oh shit!
Well, you don't even take that all.
That's why I don't get drunk.
That's right.
So let me say that time when M3, was drinking too much. So there was one time. Let me stop.
Don't tell his business.
Wasn't
he slurring?
I mean, I'm a very reserved person because I grew up with the motto of my grandmother, which is ladies always act like ladies, right? However, when you got liquor up in you, at least for me, people can see a different side of me in terms of my wild side, but I don't drink around people I don't respect and people I don't trust. Period. I don't.
That's right.
You wouldn't see me take a sip around somebody. If I don't trust you with my life, I'm not taking no sip around you, period.
Because you're gonna be on Vlad TV.
Basically.
You're gonna go viral.
Wait, so Lola, what you trying to say though? You trying to say that, we're not good enough for you to drink in front of us?
No, I'm talking about drinking with you. Like, okay, if I'm drinking around men, I gotta at least trust one of those men with my wife. Okay, period. If not all of them. So it's like, no, I'm not going to drink with someone. I can drink around people that I know. Like right now, I could, but I would never drink by myself. I don't drink. It's like, like the other day I had a party. So yes, there were drinks, but I don't drink. Period. Like that's not what that is.
No, Lola, you don't drink with with one person you trust. You got to drink in front of that person who don't drink that you trust. Because if y'all both drinking,
she can't do that.
That's a setup.
She's too small to do that. She's too small. Lola has to be very careful because she's small. So anything can happen. Somebody can just pick up and put it in a book bag real quick.
I'm only careful really because yes, I am small, so I can't take in the same amount of liquor as most of my friends who are tall. Like a lot of my friends are tall, so I can't drink as much as them because they're bigger than me. So yeah,
but I will also be careful with the ones like who don't normally drink because sometimes those are the ones that also usually plots as well too. Like those Trendstone guys. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like she's drunk. I don't drink anyway.
I don't drink to get drunk. That's not.
No. I know. I'm saying in general, like if you
gotta be around. You can't be around people who don't know their limits in life. Period. Whether it's drinking, what they do, if they don't know their limit, they red flags.
Mm-hmm.
That means they always gonna push it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, go ahead. I wasn't there, so what? I don't care.
Plus, we don't want you to get abusive anyway towards anybody. Who? I'm talking about Lola.
Drinks to get
Well, no, we know you're abusive with or without alcohol. So, you need to be locked up.
I turned over a new leaf, M3. I'm
not abusive, like not at all. Like, and in that case, I get very let's just say extra fun. Like I just extra
start
fun.
laughing.
Yeah, I'm extra fun, like extra fun. Like that's all.
Because you're born. Wait, hold on. Usually when women say they're extra fun or they're fun with the alcohol, that means subliminally you're telling me that you're a boring person without alcohol.
No, it's not. No. If you know me, you know I'm not boring. What it is in my regular life, for real, I'm highly conservative. Like, it's certain things I'm not going to say in front of certain people, or certain things I'm not going to do. I'm very conservative in the way I move around, especially men. But if I am taking a drink and I'm in a, let's say, a social environment, yes, I can become a little less conservative under those circumstances. But keep in mind, that's because I'm around people I trust, people I know, people that, if something happens, I trust them with my life. I am not someone that's just out there willy-nilly, like, not like that. I'm very specific about that. So no, it's not that I'm boring. I'm just very conservative as a woman, period. That's how I grew up. Period.
Okay, so two questions then, right? So when you're on the less conservative side, right? Once you got, get comfortable, get loose or whatever, or wild Lola, however you call yourselves, do you be swinging around the chandelier? What those type of drunks?
That's drunk. I don't get drunk. I'm not a drunkard.
How will you know that? One drink and you're gone.
Who told you I was gone in one drink, though?
I'm just saying, Lola, like, look, you're lightweight. You can't handle alcohol.
I can't handle as much alcohol as other people, sure, but I don't drink to get drunk. That ain't what I've ever done, and I never will.
Okay, but I'm just saying, if you're the fun size Lola, like, you'll be swinging around the chandeliers.
No,
that's what I'm just saying. That's not fun, then,
That's not fun.
And then here's the other thing too, though, right? So you say you're a conservative person. Are you only conservative around your friends, but when you're at home, are you less conservative?
There's degrees of my conservativeness, yes.
Because the reason why I asked, because way earlier, you said something about, like, when we was talking about the English language, I know it's a little bit different, right? But, you told me that you usually speak nigga, in your home versus, like, when you're out in the public. So I was just thinking, like,
usually speak what? What is it called?
Nigga knees. So I don't know. When you say you was conservative at the home, I just look at
it like this, right? And truth can tell you, when we're outside of our city, we tend to speak differently than when we're in our city and we're speaking amongst ourselves. Like, it's just different. Like, and it's just an automatic thing. When we in Baltimore, we speak like we in Baltimore. When we're not in Baltimore, we speak like we live in Maryland.
Okay, so y'all got the Baltimore type of language then.
Yes, there is that, but it's automatic because we're home and we can speak that kind of dialect. But like, and there's degrees of even that. So it's like, there's degrees to my conservativeness based on who you are and what you mean in my life and where I'm at. Like, if we're friends and we're out in public, there's certain things you're not going to see of me that if we were in private and we're friends, you may see. So there's degrees of my conservativeness. But that's never to say, oh, I'm boring. Trust me, anybody who's ever been on a date with me, who's ever hung out with me, listen, Lola will have you tired as fuck. Okay, like, seriously. But I'm never gonna, like, act crazy. But yeah,
we know you're a night rider.
I'm a day rider, night rider, whatever. That's how I am.
You just don't sleep. Now, Lola, I'm just messing with you. I know you're a fun person, We all have fun conversations and all.
But people really think when I'm out, people really think in my other life outside of YouTube that I'm the same way. Like in my regular life, like every time somebody see me, they think I'm a chop a head off, or every time they see me, they think I'm a debater or something like that. And they don't know, like in real life, I don't debate men. Like people really think I'm kind of ditzy in real life because people don't know me as a debater. Like people that know my nickname don't know anything about debative Lola, the one who got a degree. Most people don't know I got a degree. Like that's a separate life of mine. But it's like, no, like there's degrees to me. Like it is. So
are you like Lola the pushover at work?
Not at work.
We got different types of Lola. We got party Lola. We got business Lola. We got baby Lola. We got
baby Lola.
I can be a pushover in some instances because I don't know, because I'm a giver, I can be a pushover a little bit because that's one of my love languages. So I can be a pushover. Oh,
so you like gifts?
Me? No, it's not that I like gifts, right? One of my love languages, how I love other people, is I give lots of gifts. That's just the thing. I'm very artistic, so I'm very creative with gifts. So
what's your love language that triggers into giving gifts? Because there's something that triggers it.
I'm very different. I don't have a specific love language for myself, as in when someone loves me. I can accept it in any form. However, the way I give it is in forms too.
Physical touch, quality time.
All love languages is my love language.
She just said all, man. She just said all.
I'm that way too. I'm that way too. All of them is mine.
That's what I'm saying. If you give me physical touch, but I don't get nothing from you outside of physical touch, I'm not gonna feel loved. So I can't give love or receive love in just one language. I speak all languages. So I'm very different in that way.
Wait, hold on. Let me remember the five. So it's physical touch, it's quality time, it's gifts, words of affirmation, and what was the last one? I keep forgetting the last one. I said touch, quality time, words of affirmation, gifts, and what's the fifth one?
Mercedes Benz.
Zodiac killer.
But at the end of the day, like everybody's different, and I'm different in that way.
Lola, why do you have like so many personalities that you adopt? No, I'm joking. I do the same thing. There's business Mr. Best. There's like funny Mr. Best. There's quiet Mr. Best. There's leave me alone Mr. Best. There's chilling Mr. Best. You know what I'm saying? There's different types of Mr. Best out here. It is. I'm like Kane the Conqueror. There's different versions of me.
There's some circles that think I'm very shy and scared to talk. There's some circles that really think I'm a very shy person, like, and I'm scared to talk. Like,
they think you're a shy person?
Yeah, because that's the personality or that's the energy I'm in when I'm around.
That smile you have lets people know otherwise.
Oh my God. But so I get why they think that I'm shy, because when I'm around them, my conservative is a little higher than it is in other circles. And that's not a circle that I do certain things with. So yes, they think, oh, Lola, she's the shy girl over there. And it's like, I'm far from shy. But the thing is, there's
boy, they watch this channel.
They don't watch this channel, obviously, but it's like I can't tell them, oh, I'm not shy. That's their experience of me. I'm a shy girl to them.
Hey, but you know, Lola, right? I'm a shy person myself, believe it or not. When I'm at work, Lola, I don't talk to nobody. I stay to myself. I'm pretty quiet.
You're quiet.
No, you just fighting off the vultures.
I mean, it's just degrees. But you know what? I like that better than someone where they're the same in every single circumstance. And usually these are the type of people that are not, they don't know when to turn the switch off or on. And it's always an awkward circumstance. Like if you're always business at work, at home, in the bed with your kids, it's always business with you. you can hear how messed up your life is. Okay. If you're always sexual, no matter if you're in the bedroom, at work, walking down the street, with friends, with your lover, with anybody, like you can clearly see that's a problem. So there's a time and place for everything. So it's like you should never be, no particular place or group should get you the same exact way in the same exact energy. It's like there's degrees to it. Like it's just degrees to it. You know, like for instance, I don't talk about my sex life online. Like, and you see, I got a whole page talking about love, relationships, sex, and all that. But you'll never hear me talk about my sexual experience personally, like because that's not for other people to consume. That's for the person who's.
Well, it's really nobody's business.
It's not anybody's business, but it's just a matter of it's a time and place for that. The time for me to express my sexuality is to the person that's experiencing that. That's not to be expressed to people that are just listening to the conversation about sex. Like we can talk about sex, but I shouldn't know what you personally like in certain instances. Like I could tell someone, okay, I like certain sexual things just in general, right? Because I'm human. But for me to really express my sexuality, keep in mind the difference between sex and sexuality to someone like my personal sexuality, that's a line that I draw. Like if you're a very special friend of mine, you may know personal things about me, some, not all, but some. But again, that's not for public consumption. It's just not. I don't understand.
Kinky relationships.
What happened?
Okay.
I'm having the comments. Like kinky relationships. Listen.
Oh my God. Okay.
The funniest Lola is Sleepy Lola. When she on the phone and she's sleepy, it'd be so funny. Because she sounds like she is actually drinking. She'll be like, "Hello, yeah."
Like a heroin addict. No, I do not sound like nobody's heroin addict. Truth telling.
It's so funny, bro.
Nah, she done.
I sound like that. Don't get me wrong. I might sound like, okay, I'm trying to keep up in the conversation, sure. But sounded like what you just said. You watch your eye.
No, that was funny. What type of time y'all on in the comments, yo? What are y'all doing in the comments right now?
Let me see.
B-Eazy got me rolling, man. Yo,
he is hilarious, yo.
Comments trolling.
He done gave every hashtag there is. I'm trying to, every hashtag there is.
Nice.
I wish B-Eazy was up here, though. I wish he was up here, though.
These are the tales, the freaky tale. Oh my God! Come on. No, that is not it. Okay, I'm just saying. And I mean, here's the thing. Like when I see women, okay, take in consideration. Like there was a clip going around of some women talking about what they like in terms of sexually, right? Someone said, one woman said she liked to be urinated on, right? Here's the thing.
The fuck?
Yeah, she said that publicly on a radio station. It was going around on World Star or something like that. Here's my thing, right? I have nothing to do with whatever you do sexually in your bedroom, and no.
M3, yeah. Wait, I'm doing the same thing, bro.
No, but no sexual kink is above another sexual kink. However, the reason why people were making videos about how nasty these women were was because they simply said it. It's nothing about it. Like these women were not nasty until they said it publicly, because at the end of the day, you're putting that in someone's mind about you, when in reality, the only person that should know about that is someone who has the same level as you when they're with you in that way. I don't want to think about urination when I'm talking to you about business. I don't want to do that. That makes me feel awkward. So this is the issue. It's not so much about the kink as much as it is about the disrespect of you sharing your sexuality via conversation versus to the person in the bedroom with you, like personally. Like that's the difference.
That colonizer stuff, that's that colonizer and oppressor stuff. That's what they be doing. That's what the colonizers be doing. They be peeing on each other and like putting dog collars on each other and all that, and whips and chains and all that. I don't never see no black folks doing that.
I see a lot of black people doing that, honestly, and there's a lot more that black people do. Like for instance, a lot of black people go to lifestyle parties where there's all sorts of sex going on, and this is a normal thing.
What the
hell? Yeah, 84. It used to. We got this place here. What the fuck is that? Taboo, I think. Ain't that what it's called, Lola? Taboo.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, so it used to be when you think about people that got down and did this crazy stuff, we would think it would be the other people, the from the Caucasus Mountains. But now we done start diving into some weird sherbet, bro. Like
what the hell?
I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's wrong with us. Too many people are developing Dwayne Wade syndrome. Yeah, you're right, Marcus. I was just about to say it. Marcus said the same thing.
Right.
That Dwayne Wade syndrome is going around, and that shit is a plague.
Dwayne Wade syndrome?
Damn. Folks are on that Rainbow Road, bro, like Mario Kart.
And it's just that. It's not just that. It's other stuff.
Wait, hold on for 1 second.
No, I'm talking about, D Wade into every fucking thing. So that's what I'm saying.
Drew, phone for 1 second. All right, so look, we'll just do a quick promotion real quick. So look, everybody, I posted this link and then I pinned up to the chat. Check out tomorrow's live stream with Johnson Different. Okay, B-Eazy and Riggs, homie as well, and he's also part of the fam too, knowledge relationships. So we're gonna be interviewing him because he does a lot of music. He's also a rapper as well too. Dude got some really clean lyrics. So click on this link, go to the source where you could also make sure that you hit the notification bell so when we go live you'll be notified. It's important because YouTube don't be sharing stuff now these days. At least 5 or 10% of the time YouTube will notify you. But if you manually from each video click the notification to all, okay, and go within the video and click that notification and say notify me when we go live, you'll be the first to know. So check it out, 5 p.m. Pacific time.
Okay, so let me address this right here. Okay, am I a swinger?
Stop answering his questions, please.
Because B-Eazy is crazy, so we're gonna deal with his crazy. Here's the question, right? I'm not a swinger. However, I've dealt with enough men to understand the nature of men, and I deal with men where they're at in their nature. So it's I'm not a stranger to men expressing to me their desires as it pertains to their proclivities, okay? Now, I deal with each man differently, okay, as far as that's concerned, but that's something I deal with them personally between us. But no, I am not a swinger. However, I'm very mature in my relationships. That's let me just say that. But I am not a swinger. No.
Cool.
And don't say, how do I know about sex parties? People talk about that all the time.
Who said that?
I don't know about that.
Yes, they do. People are very open that they go to lifestyle parties. They go to sex parties.
Yeah.
And she lives out here in Maryland. She hosts sex parties. That's what she do for a living.
They're gonna ask you if you be going to that. That's the next question. It's gonna happen, I'm telling you.
Well, now 84, they be doing the toy shit too, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a shorty. She do the same thing. All those parties, 84, and
that's right. That's how they they pay their rent.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Listen, I don't get flued out, okay? My father worked hard for me to be able to fly myself anywhere I want on this planet. I don't get flued out, okay?
Look.
What's wrong with office stuff?
Yeah. I'm not talking about this. I'm not saying that. Look, if there's a man, right, and he's well off, and he want to fly you to a nice private island, first class, what is wrong with that? Why can he not do that?
He ain't my husband, first of all, and I wouldn't let nobody fly me out because I don't need you to fly me out. If I want to come see you, I'll come see you.
So
it depends on the man. It depends on the man. In three, we're not gonna go down this rabbit hole. It depends on the man.
No.
I want to fly out for Drake. No, I want to fly out for Michael B. Jordan. That's what she's gonna say. We're not gonna do this tonight.
Wait. No, it is too late, Mr. Best. I gotta ask this question, okay? Look, I promise I will try to leave Drake out of it as much as I can, right? But Lola, what if we're having a nice relations meetup and I'm inviting you to our crib? So will you take the offer if I offer you to fly you out?
Let me help you understand something, right? If I'm coming to you for business, right?
That's a crazy ass question, M3.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay. Now, this is my job. My job will fly me to different places because they're paying me to go there. Okay, I'm not flying myself to do no work for you. That's not what that's going to be. If I invite someone to do something with me, I pay for their flight. So at the end of the day, it's not a matter of, a man doing it for me. If I'm with you like that, I'm with you like that. If you're not my man, you're not paying for my flight. I don't do that. Period. I don't do that. Unless you my man, you ain't paying for my flight. I got my own credit card. I can do what I want to do.
You kind of answered my question, but I'm not going to go further with this one. I'm just going to digress.
This don't make no sense. No, it
does.
But how can you do anything for them if they have that mentality? Nah, man, nah. Well, you got to get out that mentality, man. You got to let a man be a man. For man, if you're interested in a man and he want to fly you out, accept the courtesy. It's not me. If I financially was in a different bracket and you told me that you ain't gonna take a fly out, you automatically disqualified and I'm moving on. I ain't got time for that.
Because you're not my man to be a man to me. If you're not my man, how are you being a man to me?
That's right.
That's how men operate, though. We make decisions. We delegate shit.
Men fly you out. I don't get food out to get fucked.
We say we gonna fly, but we didn't even say that. Maybe I just want to meet you and we go somewhere nice.
No,
nobody even said that. But if a man wants to fly you out, how you gonna turn that down? That's crazy. I ain't never heard no shit like that ever.
I didn't say that I would turn down anything. What I said is, if I'm into you like that, I'll fly myself out to come see you. If I'm into you like that, but if I'm not into you like that, you not flying me out. I know how men really operate out here in the street. Okay, no. That's not going to happen. And if I'm not the one for you, that is great. You know why? Because there's 8 billion people now in the street that is willing to take a chance. Like, really? Seriously? Like, I don't mind not being the one for a guy because he wants to fly me out. At the end of the day, my father would turn over in his grave before he died if he found out I got flew
84. You got realize she was raised by a G, dog. So it's not like the rest of the
I was raised by G's too. It don't matter. That shit don't matter. Look. At the end of the day, when men make decisions, you know what I mean? Like, let a man make a decision. I hate when women do that shit. Like, when a man say like, "Yo, what's good?" and they being respectful. Like, he ain't trying to like just lay you down for real. Like, he just trying to have you come through. And if I have you come through, whatever happens. Like, I hate that shit, man. I hate that shit. And here's the thing. And y'all be acting like y'all don't be. Oh man, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not even gonna do it, bro.
Hey, he used to say he'll fly out just for lunch. So you're not gonna sell him?
Lola,
property to sell you in
we know you'll get flown out anytime though. You know.
Yeah.
You'll take the offer faster than Lola.
you damn right I would. If I'm not paying. Well, hold on. First of all, let me start off with this. First of all, I came here and request a Be-Eazy. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, M3 ain't gonna like me because he gonna, the cave's already re-stitched up M3 on this one.
What?
I have to side with Lola. Is it? And I don't. And let's just say I do. We both have it, right? And I do offer, hey, Lola, think you're cool. We're vibing. I would like to fly you out to whatever state I'm at, right? And Lola said, no, thank you. I can provide for myself. It's pretty much the same concept of going out on the dinner date. If I ask her on a date, she says yes, but she knows in the back of her mind, hey, this date may not go as planned. 9 to 10 times what I'm gonna do is like, yo, just so you won't have that ego trip, I'm gonna either go for half or I'm just going ahead and just pay for the full dinner.
Right.
I heard women say that many times. Like, it was one dude, a friend of mine I know, she said the guy was damn near begging her or pressuring, like, hey, let's go on a date. So she said, screw it. He seemed like a good guy. You know, only thing he's doing wrong was just being very consistent. So they went on a date. The first date, he brought up some crazy YouTube talking points. But he was honest though. But he was honest, Lola, because she asked him, like, what do you want in a relationship, blah blah. He said, point blank period, I want a woman that's home and doing all the things that I prefer a woman do while I work and pay all the bills. She said, well, you do know me for years. You know that I am, quote unquote, I'm independent. I have literally my business of my own. I have a child of my own. I have all this. You know this of me. So all of a sudden out the blue, you want me to drop everything on a dime, knowing who I am now. You just didn't meet me, and you want me to flip the script like that off of just that or just cuz. And he was like, well, because, you know, you seem like a nice person. I figure, you know, you'd be that type of person. I'm like, okay, that's stupid. So what she did was she felt disgusted. She wasn't a dick. She wasn't disrespectful. She's like, look, all right, cool, bet. She paid for the whole dinner, left. She didn't sit there like, hey, let me get 3, 4, 5 plates. She's like, hey, this is where it stops. Let me go ahead and pay for the dinner. I'm out. And that was it. And she said she felt bad that she had to actually explain to the dude what he did wrong, but she said it was necessary. And that was it. She didn't curse him out. She didn't scream. So it's pretty much the same concept. So like I said, I always said it before, I am an equal opportunity employer. If I come across somebody like, you know, like Lola that's got their business, which I have, and they say, hey, well, I don't mind coming to you because they know they have it. Because I tell people I'm the 9 to 5 guy. I know I have to save my little coins from time to time. I know what it is on my end. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. But if she has it, but she's not flexing, she's not making me feel demasculated. It's like, hey, you know what? Since you live out here, I got business here, or I have the perks of my employer actually paying for it. What about this? I'll come up to you, maybe not necessarily in your house, but I'll get a hotel outside. We can meet out in general area and we can chop it up from there. Now, if it's if I fell on her part, guess what she's gonna do? It's the area there. She might do a little sightseeing, might eating for the weekend, and hop back home. Period. So I'm not a stranger, not opposed to it. Hey, if you want to come out to me, you got it. Cool. It's all good. But I know if you're coming out to me, I'm gonna try to be the best damn host as there is. Just the fact that you came this way. Now on the player side, hold on, 84. So the unmute. Now we know now because all the little stuff we were saying. Because Lola said she was raised by father, you know, and we know we ain't stupid. We know our first intention in the 4 cortex our lobe is sex, is the P. Like, hey, the goal may be box, but the whole intentions is not like, let me just smash Lola. You know what? That's not the whole intentions. Like, let me smash. It might be in front of our brain, but if we say, okay, this girl's not dumb, she's not stupid. Now they're gonna move from the front, then they're gonna go to the back of our brain. So it might be just a prize. Hey, she seemed like a good girl. She got her stuff going on. Hey, I did smash. All right, cool. Cherry on top. That sounds like a win.
Oh, watch the same cat.
I don't know what Lola was. I don't know what Lola would have had to sound like.
She was a little cap sound.
I know what she said.
Let me say this. All right. At the end of the day, right? Women want to do it as much as we do, but y'all more cautious because y'all can get pregnant. We can't. That's why y'all be acting like y'all don't want to take all these flights and you don't want to only take the dates and all that. You don't want to leave the men on because y'all afraid that something may happen. You don't want that even to be in a certain man's mind because you don't want me to be thinking that because you don't want me to even think that something can happen. We get it. I know that's what it is. It ain't about your father and none of that other stuff. The fact that you just don't want to be with anybody just to be with anybody. You want to be with the right body. I get you. I feel you. I understand. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, that's why I tell men and women both, do not go on dates or entertain people that you're not willing to possibly sleep because anything can happen. All right? It's just a natural fact. Do a hangout, okay? Go get a coffee date. You see a little coffee mug at the bottom of the screen. Do a coffee date, okay? Do a little coffee hangout. Not a date, but a hangout. Do a little coffee hangout. Maybe do a little hangout where y'all may, shoot some pool and then you go her way, she go your way. But don't do no actual real date. Don't be doing no real flyouts when you really going to be there the whole weekend. Don't be doing none of that unless you know you about to give it in. You know what I'm saying? You about to get it in because that is going to be possibly a possibility. So I tell men and women both, if you are not looking know what I'm saying? Nigga, I feel like Ali right now. Nigga, if you're not looking, I feel like Ali Kevin Samuels right now. Look, if you are not looking, okay, to possibly, you know what I mean, not get knocked down, whether you're a man or a woman, all right, let it go down. Do not entertain dates, flyouts, or anything of that nature, because the possibility of intimacy physically is a very big possibility. All right, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's just be real. We know, men and women both know when we want to knock somebody down or want to get knocked down by somebody. We know. Let's not play these little kid games. We know. We all know.
84. I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly, right? But here's the thing, though, and this is when she's here, so I don't want to feel like we're speaking about just majority of women, period. So she could chime in this one. But we know not to time women is fickle as all be Jesus, because we hear women say, "Hey, we have all these vibes and butterflies about him," and the moment he probably say the most dumbest thing in 0.3 seconds, and next you know she's turned off. So at the other foot, we got to understand, hey, by the time we get there, we still got, it's crazy. It's like we always got to be on our A game. So trust me, I'm getting what you're saying. Like, hey, if she has it in her mind, just like we got in our mind, and the moment we get there and she's still like, yes, this is that possibility. It's like a guy can say something in 0.3 seconds, and then next thing you know, we're like, all that, it just got erased and diminished. And then we'll look cuckoo crazy for Cocoa Puffs, like, what happened? What happened?
I mean, basically, you gotta understand what type of woman you're dealing with. So if we're gonna go with someone like Lo and someone
at this point I'm going general based on what 84 though.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about what you saying. I'm talking about something different. Yeah. So if you're trying to get a date with Lo, and she basically remind me of my she'll be an older version of my daughter. So she brought up by her father. So if you can get in with her dad, or you resemble, her dad's cadence, likeness, or anything like that, then you're good in with her. That's basically. I'm rocking with you on that one, but it's because and only going because again, I don't know Lil from Can of Paint. I'm going by stuff that we interacted what she said. Like one of the key words, like right now she said my father. You know what I'm saying? She always keep going back to her dad. She's not going back to her mom, not going back to grandma. Then the second one, I remember she said, hey, 90s, the 90s feel, the 90s vibes. Back then, mofos wasn't really smashing on the first, second date. Heck, I don't think it really was a date. It was just like, hey, our hangout was our date. We might be sitting on the porch. We might be sitting on the stoop. We might be just walking around holding hands. Heck, kissing was was like a thing. Like we was, who's the best? Because like makeout sessions, that was a thing back then. Nobody wasn't, heck, take a little bit further. Hunching was a thing. Nobody really wasn't talking about some, hey, let's sleep together. So that's pretty much where her mindset going, But just moving forward to back to 84, just in general, I have to agree. Just again, and I always say this, Anthony, because I saw your finger. It still just comes back to, and I'll take personal. I remember I was at this Warehouse Truth, right? And it was this Latina chick. She's all feeling me. The fella's like, yo, man, she like. I was like, okay, cool. Party happened. She went. Some reason I just didn't go. And then the next day I came back to work. All the fellas like, yo, she's all over the place looking for you, blah, blah. All the vibes was there in the warehouse. Then when I came back to work next day, the chick just went doom. It was like vibe went back to zero. Wasn't interested, wasn't thinking about me. Now I had all the fellas like, oh, you could have did that. I guess I could have happened. I'm like, man, something I either I did, lacked, or didn't do. Something in that moment from the time of when we left. Oh, I ain't disagreeing with that. I just can't relate. That's all. I mean, I ain't disagreeing with it. It's a lot of
GQ.
You feel?
Go ahead and get some cliff notes from you. Lola, but what's your input on what me, Truth, and 84 said? Because you are a woman, so we are not. Unless somebody trying to claim pronouns here.
Pronouns.
Okay, so I agree and I disagree at the same time, for different reasons, obviously. I agree because that is a truth. Like men do that, but I disagree on the reasoning. For instance, someone said in the chat, well, the reason why Lola would want to fly that guy out or she would want to pay for her own flight is because she's a boss chick. And that's the furthest from the truth. That's not why I fly myself out or would fly a dude in or whatever the case may be. That's not the reasoning behind that. The reasoning behind that is if I want to get to know you, I understand your nature. If you put your provisions out, you want something back for it, and that's only fair. But I'm not coming there to trade with you. I'm coming there to get to know you, the person. So what I do is take away the bartering system that naturally you want to do with me to see, do you really want to get to know me, or are you here for the first thing in the front of your mind, which is the sex? Now, I understand sex is going to happen. If we like each other, sex is going to happen. So that is like a non-conversation, period. So it's like, okay, if I'm with you on a date, official date, obviously there's a sexual attraction, period. Like even like it just is. So, I mean, you know, I'm not doing that. But my thing is this, like I'm not the type of female that feel like, oh, let me just fly a dude out to Baltimore just so me and him can hang out. If I like you, I'll meet you in the Caribbean someplace. If I like you like that and I'm paying for flights. Other than that, we can talk on the phone. And yes, I did grow up in the 90s where if you came around my neighborhood, a date was just coming, knocking on my door, sitting on the step and talking for 6 hours. That was a date.
Yeah.
But hold on. Before I get to Mr. Daryl Long, salute Daryl Long. I like the Michigan joint dog. That drink with fire. But listen, burn that. You know what I mean? I'm in the sweaters. I love all types of sweaters. But anyway, let me say this, y'all. Right? If a man, hold on, let me let you know something. Let me let you know something to any women, Lola, you, any woman, right? If a man, right, is asking you on a date or he asking to get to know you, he does want to knock you down. Okay, you have to get over the fact that he doesn't want to knock you down. He does. No man is entertaining no woman that they don't want to knock down potentially. All right, we're not gonna talk to no chick just because we just want to talk. No, that's in our mind. Like, we are men, so men think like that. We think like, yo, I potentially want to knock this down. Now, when we knock it down, or the standards or boundaries that it takes for us to knock it down, some of us may not want to knock it down until marriage, right? Some of us may not want to knock it down until like 3 dates in, right? Some of us may want to knock it down immediately, right? But we all. I just want women to know, not just you, Lola. When men entertain y'all, we do want to knock it down, okay? Now, when we want to knock it down, the parameters and everything else is different for each man, all right? But y'all got to get out y'all head that we don't want to knock it down. That is on our mind, and it's on our mind a lot if we are really interested in you, okay? I'm just keeping it G. But D, go ahead, bro.
Oh man,
my bad, Daryl. Can I ask you a question before you let Daryl Long go? So you're saying that based on what you're saying, yeah. So based on what you're saying that men don't have D control.
No, what I'm saying is that you may have a standard of when you want to knock it down. Like, you may say, yo, I'm not knocking her down until like she meet my mama, or I'm not knocking her down until we go in 3 days, or I'm not knocking her down until, you know what I mean, we either get married or we have like a partner ceremony or whatever. But best believe, okay, you want to knock her down, all right? You wouldn't be entertaining her if you didn't. You know what I mean? You have a level of attraction to this woman. So of course you want to knock her down, all right? It's just a matter of when. That don't change for no man. We all men, we know that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know that. You know what I mean? And essentially, it's not the fact of having D control. It's the fact of when we want to knock it down, that's when we want to knock it down. Some dudes want to do it automatically. Some don't. Some men actually have to maybe have feelings for you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, y'all find it attractive, but I actually want to have, I actually want to get to know her more. But in our minds, yeah, we all that's always there. Like, that ain't never going away. Just when we want to do it. You know what I mean? Salute to Marcus. Marcus, what up, baby?
What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing?
Lil bro, what's going on, shorty?
What up? Shout out to Lola, Mr. Best, Truth, Gray Pill, M3, of course.
Yo.
No, I just want to say it's a great stream. I know Lola's smiling right there, because it's still 14 minutes left in Valentine's Day. I know if Hank is out there, maybe, who knows, Ali, anybody out there who puts a smile on Lola's face, like the way she's smiling like an angel right now. She's ferocious, but she's smart. I think overall she deep down she got a golden heart. She's a great mother. I can tell. She's a very intelligent individual. But there's also the wild side. So that's the wrath of Lola. Those are the chronicles of Lola sometimes, as much as you do the eye roll. So there's a good and bad to it. Like anything, right? Just like anything. But yeah, it was a great show. I thought it was interesting. Y'all were talking about the earlier when E-Man and other people were up here. I thought it was interesting. Y'all covered the ground, which was about the show The Game. And it was a show that I watched a lot when I was younger because it was basically based around the relationships and football players and going into the professional athlete world and the wives and the mothers and the agents. And then you find out not just what goes on in the locker room, but also outside the family affairs and the relationship. So I just think overall, everybody in that triangle between Kelly, Jason, and Chardonnay, they all had their issues, and they didn't heal themselves originally before they got involved with each other, even from the very beginning, back then in the days with Jason Pitts. I just because you could tell, Lola, from season 2 to 3, and then from 3 to 4, Kelly's overall makeup change, her style was different. She had the short haircut. And then Jason was just, at first he was depressed. He didn't want to get off the steroids because he was aging up and there was younger guys coming into the league that could outclass him or outwork him. So he had to rely on PEDs. And then he was like, hey, yes, I was cheap, but this cheap bastard was able to hold up the frame and hold up the money in the household to have the accumulated wealth, because majority of professional athletes, when they come out of the league within 3 to 4 years, become broke. And that was an overall reality statistic from real life. So when I'm coming in relating into the show, it was interesting because I could just see both sides to each person's frustration. And Chardonnay, I kind of had a soft spot for her because I was a Moesha fan when I was younger.
Oh my God.
So I was a little biased for Chardonnay because she was somebody that I had like a little high school crush on, a middle school crush on. And then you saw the daughter, how she changed when she was a little kid to a teenager. It just showed more of that rebellious attitude, kind of disrespectful kid. Then the father was caught between, okay, well, your mother's gonna go find herself, go look for herself in the world while you and me are living together. And then came in Tijuana, the 69-cent tacos, and Chardonnay, and getting married. And next thing you know, he was out of the league. He came in back to the league, then he got out, then he started coaching. So that was confusing in itself sometimes, but it was a crazy dynamic. And then you saw the other relationship with Derwin and Melanie. Melanie. No. But then you also saw who was the quarterback? Malik, and then his mother. Their relationship. Everybody was just going through something. You noticed that. You noticed everybody going through something, and it wasn't just Kelly and Jason. It was tough, man. And then the show ended. It was a good show, but then they brought it back for some reason. But hey,
they needed.
We're here now.
Well,
right, making money.
I'll say this, right? I think each one of those relationships we could do a whole stream on. But part of the reason why me and Stan chose Kelly and Jason Chardonnay is because Chardonnay represents the ideal woman that's just for you. Like every man has a certain tolerance for different things in a woman that just fits uniquely to him. And she represents what that is. So the question is, as a man, have you met your Chardonnay? Meaning the woman that's specifically cut, that matches your personality, your funny, your thug, your business, whatever the case may be. She fits inside of your life in terms of all of those different facets. And it's like, that's what she represents. And that's why we chose that relationship for tonight, because it's Valentine's Day or whatever. However, I personally, as far as like what I've seen of the series, I did feel that Kelly catered to Jason in an inauthentic way because she wanted that lifestyle. She didn't really get with him for him. And she said that on one of the shows that she married him because of his money. And then suddenly he got in his feelings, whatever. But it was inauthentic. So over time, she couldn't keep up that inauthentic like thing she had. Like she couldn't keep supporting him inauthentically because people get tired of holding up lies. She had to keep remembering the lie that she has to do every morning. And at some point, she needed to go find the truth of who she was because she was literally tired of holding up a lie. And I'm sitting here like, people do that all the time. Like you get with people for a specific reason. And then after a while, that reason isn't enough for you to stay there. So you trying to stay, and then you just get tired of trying to hold up that little bit of nothingness that relationship is built on, and then suddenly you're like, you know what, I'm out, because you're mentally tired, physically you're tired, and in her case,
go ahead, Marcus.
No, I was gonna say, so does this YouTube talking point fit in then? She was loving opportunistically what he was loving idealistically about her.
Ooh,
I could agree with that. Based on that relationship, like they were telling it, I can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree with that.
My thing was that's a good perspective, Marcus. My thing was Dag, I ain't got like so do you, Marcus, because I grew up off the show. And you're younger than I am. I'm like, I don't remember half them mofos' names.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I was one of the shows where I shed a tear or two. I'm not gonna lie, because I was like, no.
It was a good season. It was a good season. It was like for me, it was like a 2.0 version of how 227 was coming up. It was like another upgrade because you had a crazy dynamic mix of people. So yeah, so I definitely respect that. What I got from her, from what Lola's saying with her, is like. I felt like she had a lot of pressures of her, like either her upbringing, like the family, because a lot of that was mentioned. Her family was her expectations. It was like she didn't have a choice for herself. She didn't make one. So then she found the ideal guy. Now, and then it comes back to the married him, had kids with him, right? And he's been that quote unquote leader provider. Now it's come back to the YouTube talking point. So now you got that ideal guy, the breadwinner, the leader, and all that stuff. And she's leading, but guess what? She still is human. She still have thoughts and feelings of her own, but the other guy's neglecting all that. And once he sees that, now he's kind of like, all right, let me try to compromise to a degree. But on the same end of her end, I felt like the first thing came to my mind when you speaking was like she made a choice.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that might be a little bit chauvinistic, me saying like, oh, well, you made a choice, you married him, had kids, you should just stay with them. You know what I'm saying? Because realistically, he you know, he wasn't abusing her in no shade, way, or form. It was just that, hey, I got everything. It's like the grass is green on the other side. I got everything I want, the beautiful kids, the house, the cars, but I'm not happy. I'm fulfilling my husband. I'm fulfilling my kids. What about me?
Yeah.
So now back on the pill ideology, manospheres, and the YouTube talking points. At that point is because I had guys, even my end, would say, hey, well, if she didn't have kids, I get it. Step out, move on. It sucks. He take the L, cool. But the fact she had kids, she can't wait till like at least the kids get 18 or in their 20s and at least out the house in college. Then because my family dynamic did it, you know. So I think that's an argument to be said too about her. Like, hey, that huge mansion you could have separated. Y'all could have still co-parent together. Why get a mansion separate out? And then because that was even a struggle. As soon as she decided they was like kind of like it's not working out. I think, correct me wrong, because I think he was trying to like, okay, well, let's co-parent in the house. Let's keep it in the house. And I don't think she tried it. And she's like, no, I need to get out my own. So I think that was problematic for her.
She was also dating Aquaman at the time, Jason Momoa. In that show.
Yeah. He was, yeah. That's my first introduction of him.
Hey guys, real quick. Bess, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know for me, I have to get ready for work, but you guys can still work out. But I just want to let you know that if we get close to the 6 minute mark, we gotta close out before like 6 minutes. Otherwise, if YouTube try to hit me with the copyright or whatever, I won't be able to edit.
Okay.
You mean 6 hour mark?
Yeah, it has to be before the 6 hour mark.
Well, no, I got
Okay.
to go in about 5, but no, it's
Lola, you've been saying that. Look, you're the one that extended the show, okay? All right, we was
She
all
damn
about to
sure
close
did.
out, all right, and then you made it after hours, Lola after hours. Not even empty or non-relationship after hours. It was Lola after hours. All right, Night Rider. So don't talk about oh, I gotta go to bed now. All right.
This was Stan's show.
Stan left.
Stan been going for like 2 hours now.
He does that all the time.
I think Stan divested.
He said, I want to give you guys like 3 hours of my time now, so I'm divesting. You know,
y'all literally got 10 minutes with me. That's what y'all got is about 10 minutes, and I'm out of here. So D, go ahead, bro. Share your point.
I just came here to kick it with Lola. To be perfectly honest, you know what I'm saying, I ain't had no point to making this.
Who's wearing a cape on fucking 83? I mean M3. Who wearing a cape?
Who's wearing a cape?
but what she said earlier though, like if I was to make a point out there,
M3, don't worry about it. It happens all the time.
If I was to throw a point out there about relationships, man, like a lot of us we act like women be the only ones that's not ready for relationships, or they in their feelings and shit. Like I heard y'all talking about the flying people out, Lola, and you was talking about how men be having like they be wanting to smash guaranteed, and like you said, you can do that yourself. A lot of men don't understand that. Like I see in these spaces, I guess a lot of them deal with like women who not used to that, or they're not used to nothing. It seemed like, right? I was talking to Kaylin, like she was saying, when you have a parent. You have both parents in your household, like my parents. They took us everywhere, right? My father still participated in my life financially. So it's just like when you're used to a certain type of lifestyle, the stuff that you hear these men talking about, it don't impress you, right?
Yeah.
And when I was speaking to Kayla, like she was saying, these men in these space, they talk about $100 dinner. That's nothing. I just literally spent $100 at Buffalo Wild Wings. That's not even a fucking top tier restaurant. Yeah. Buffalo Wild Wings, right? So that don't give you the right to smash, but they act like you just spent $1 million and flew them to Paris. You know what I'm saying? Then I hear the conversations about, well, on coffee dates, a man should be able to smash. But also we want women to not be whores. I get confused about those talking points. What we don't talk about enough, Lola, is men more than the black women. They let other men slide with all kind of goofy shit, especially when it comes to women and how they feel and their emotions, right? We would sit up here and tell men not to care about women and not to show no emotions. But then if a woman breaks our heart, leave us, if she do us wrong, that man starts to jump out of his so-called character into an emotional state. The same thing he was just coaching against. So what I see is a lot of men aren't saying, hey, you're wrong about everything. Your dating acumen is fucked up. You have almost zero education, which means you cannot compete with the other men in this country, which is something that black men just forget about, Lola, right? Apparently, America has set aside all $100,000 jobs, Lola, just for black men that's uneducated, so we can be rich ass niggas for black women. But we know that that's not true. Mm-hmm. We know it's not true, and you live in Maryland, so you definitely know it's not true, right? I just think that today's men are the weakest that they have ever been in American history. Like complaining, crying, it's and not crying in the fact that like you being emotional about something that's actually worth crying over, but you're telling men trauma and therapy don't matter, but then you're going around acting like a female. That's what I see out of most men today, right? Like Lola, we just had a big shooting in East Lansing, right? Instead of some men focusing on how we can keep young black girls safe, like the young black girl that we lost, they will blame you guys. The black woman is the reason why we lost Tyree Nichols. The black woman is the reason why there's a lot of these people, Lola, they never gonna admit it. They bitter, they hate their lives, they hate what they have become. They hate that the women that they have access to better men, so they want those women to settle. It's not going down like that no more. It's not. And you see how they try to get you up over the flight? Oh, I'm giving you a flight. That's not a big deal. Right. Motherfuckers catch commercial flights every day.
Facts.
Hold on. No facts. No, ain't no damn facts. No. D, we never debated, but goddamn, we're gonna do this shit today. Cause you done stepped in Mr. Best World. Listen, at the end of the day, all right, money don't grow on trees. It's hard out here, and it's not easy out here. Okay, I live in Silicon Valley, which is one of the most wealthiest places in America, and I see more homeless than anybody. Okay, all right, it's
Facts.
not easy out here. Stop the bullshit, D. I know what you're doing. All right. You know what I mean? So money is so, and plus with us as a people, we shouldn't be talking about money anyway because we don't have no generational wealth. We owe less than 1% of the country's wealth. So we should be honoring every penny that we get as a people. Every penny. Shit, if somebody give me a penny right now, I'm taking that shit and I'm running to the bank. Okay? Because we as a people, we don't really own or really have shit anyway.
Mr. Best, Pink Floyd. Money.
Bro, too easy for me. Now listen, at the end of the day, right? You know what I'm saying? The problem is like, yes, there are men who are, like you said, D, bitter and hurt, right? And they blame the black woman for everything. If they coffee spill on them, the black woman did it, right? So at the end of the day, we know them extreme brothers, all right? And it is what it is with them. They will gain the results of their actions on social media and abroad. But outside of that, you know what I'm saying? When I spoke to people flying somebody out, that is actually a courtesy. You know what I mean? That if a man actually really wants to do that, he's being courteous to do that. Now his intentions are a whole nother aspect. I didn't cover his intentions. His intentions can be whatever it is, right? And yes, most of the time, here's the thing. This is why I tell people, and I tell men and women both, don't entertain people that you don't want to have all experiences with. All right? I'm not gonna, as a man, right? If I was still single, I would not entertain a woman that I don't want to be with intimately. I'm not even gonna go that route because I already know where I'm at as a man. So I'm not even gonna entertain her. I'm not gonna spend no money. I'm not gonna spend no time. Ain't no phone calls. None of that. You know what I'm saying? Because I know as a man how I am. You know what I mean? So every man has to know their limits, their boundaries, and their standards of what they want to do. But me as a man, I'm not entertaining nobody that I don't want to get down with. I'm not doing it. Point blank period. And I don't think anybody should do it. If you know that you're not trying to be with that person on them different type of levels, don't entertain them. Just do hangouts. Chill with them, talk to them on the phone. The real intimate settings, intimate settings means there's about to be some sex about to be happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just keep it G. I don't play around. I'm not gonna step in the water and don't expect to get wet. Like, that's what it is.
But isn't that restricting your dating pool to the people that are in your city or in your state or close to you or something like that?
No, not at all. No. Not at all, family. Because here's the thing, and I know you like to date in your area, and that's fine. That's your preference. Like, you can do that. That's cool. Like, you can have whatever preference you want. But what I'm saying is this: if you put yourself in intimate settings, expect intimate behavior. Right? That's like if you go over dude's house, he calls you to come over at 12 a.m. Right? He ain't calling you so he can talk to you. He calling you because he want to probably get it in. And if you go over there and oblige, be expecting to them draws to drop. All right, on both ends. You know what I mean? I'm not entertaining somebody in an intimate setting at an intimate time, knowing that intimate things go down and that nature just because I want to talk to you. Nah, I don't just want to talk to you. You know I just don't want to talk to you. Like, you know what time it is. You see what time it is, literally. Like, you know what I mean? You know what it is. like we gotta stop trying to bullshit things and really just live in reality.
But on both sides, the circumstance creates separate issues. If you're a guy and you live in a separate state and you're flying a woman someplace, right? That's honestly, to those men who talk about that, that's a lot of money and or investment. Suppose she come and you guys don't hit it off. Suppose she come and she don't want to have any intimate settings with you. To a degree, a lot of men are going to feel like, okay, what's going on? And it's going to rub them the wrong way when that wasn't even the intention. And that shouldn't be the circumstance, whether you flying somebody out or not. On the opposite end, if you don't have access to someone unless you're flying out, first of all, this kind of relationship is doomed to fail anyway, statistically. Okay. So it's like there's so many other issues going on with this flying people out stuff. My thing is this: if someone is worth flying them out to get to know them, that means that you already have a personal relationship with them and it's been built and it's solid. And now you two want to physically join your lives together. Now, this is a long shot, okay? But this is where you're at. Flying a chick out that you don't know just to, quote, date her for the first time. Listen to me. This
that's stupid.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It is kind of stupid. And if you don't get no ass and you spent $800 to fly her out, that's
your fault.
Yeah, Lola, but
no nigga should be flying to a shorty.
Hold on, Great Pill of Truth. Hold on, because I want both of y'all to talk. Right, Truth, you started first, so you're gonna go first after what I say, and then Great Pill after that. Now listen. At the end of the day, that's why you have what we call communication. I'm gonna tell you, you come out here. This is the type of behavior we on. Then if you ain't on that type of behavior, stay your ass at home. I'm gonna let you know off jump what type of behavior I'm on. Look, you come through, this is what we doing. I'm gonna tell you, I'm a grown ass man. I'm gonna tell you what it is from the jump. Either you with what I'm with or you not. And if you're not with what I'm doing, I just move on to the next one. It's not that hard. The problem is dudes don't communicate. That's really the problem. They can have all the intentions in the world, all the money in the world. They can fly all these girls out, whatever. It's like they don't communicate to these women. They just expect things. They have expectations. They assume. And when you assume, you make an ass out of yourself. I'm not assuming nothing. I'm communicating. I'm letting you know what type of time I'm on. And if you down, what are you down? If you're not, then you not. Point blank period. I'm not gonna waste my time. Truth, go ahead, dog.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I agree with everything what you're saying, man. If you supposed to know what time it is, man. If you're going all the way out somewhere, traveling somewhere, you know what I'm saying. And for me, if I'm going to link up with a shorty, I ain't paying for nothing. She paying for me to come out there and basically come out there and get this wood straight up. I'm out. And I know for a fact I'm coming out there, I'm going to hit. It ain't nothing to talk about. So yeah, my resume speaks for itself. Every time I went somewhere, I hit. So.
All right, Mr. G.
I don't pay for females. I'm not hitting. I don't pay for females regardless.
Mr.
G. Go ahead, Great Pill. Go ahead.
Truth is, I don't know. Truth is spewing oozing cockiness for me, but it's all good. You know, if he says resume is 100%, it's 100%. I'll take his word for it. But
Jordan, 6 out of 6, shorty.
Hey, shout out to you, sir. I wasn't there. But it kind of goes back to this. It kind of goes back to this, Lola. It's kind of it's like the double-edged sword with Daryl Long at 84 cent, you know. And what I'm hearing is maturity. If the guy is in his feces about the plane tickets and the flights, whether he fly himself or fly you out, you know, he can do accommodating flight. There's deals, coupons, all that good stuff. It might even knock down to 100 and less. You know,
no, nigga.
Hold on, Truth. Hold on. You just said you bet.
Hold up, Great Pill.
Yeah,
that bitch ass nigga know what I'm talking about. Straight up.
True.
Hold on, what's going on?
Truth is not that time, bro. Like, let y'all had that on that end. Don't do that, man.
I'm stopping making
nothing. This was clear. I haven't did nothing at all to talk to this man,
Keep
bro.
fucking talking
so
shit. Nigga. Make yourself available, bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, we're good, man. We're good. So, like I was saying, so it comes back down to maturity. If one guy's want to go out his way and he can't afford it, or he barely can, and then he's on that that ego energy, like you were saying, hey, if he doesn't smash and now his feelings hurt, then guess what the first thing he's gonna say? Because usually that's what people say. Like I gave an analogy with M3 the other day, like, hey, give me $30. Okay, he comes back out the rig, give me $30. The next week, give me $30. And then me and him getting in a fight, the first thing he's gonna think of, like, oh, I gave this dude like $30, and he's not acting the way accordingly, blah blah. That's usually what people do. That's the first thing they think of. It's like the value that I put into this person, the dollar amount I put into this person. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. Like, hey, let me eliminate that part so they can work with me. But at the same time, that still come with immaturity. Same thing, 84. Least let me depend on type of woman you are, because 84 we talked about the vetting process, whatever. So if 84, like, look, if I'm gonna be me 100% from the Runa to the tuna, it won't be nothing out the bounds of let me a guess or assume. So if he's offering it, cool, great. And then if you turn it down, I don't know what 84 would do then, but if the woman say, hey, well then I'll come to you, okay. But again, 84 gonna still say, but you still know what time it is when you come here, you know, because now for you, for a majority of women, hey, like you said, it's a buildup. Hey, I got to know you. We talked, we FaceTime. So one of the other's flying one of the other out, or I'm coming to you. And then we get there, it still comes back down to 84 saying, hey, that guy, which both are thinking it, but people just act a little bit different about it. But that guy need to be upfront in general. Like, look, it's gonna be a time this is gonna occur. So just expect me, I'm gonna get handsy, expect me, I'm gonna be flirtatious, expect me this, that, third. Now, if she talking about something out the blue, like, yeah, man, I saw the Lord and I'm celibate. Again, now that's a choice. 84 in his perspective, gay, that's a choice. Now he got to make, like, how he gonna handle that. We're gonna be flipping Bible pages all weekend, you know, and just grabbing a boob, or, you know, I don't know. But it just comes back to maturity on that one. And I think that's where people need to understand it on both ends. If they can't see you for you, the non-intimacy side of things, then those are your red flags. And I will even actually echo what you're saying. A little bit of what 84 saying. Take people on non-intimate setting dates, FaceTiming, talking on the phone if they have the time. Matter of fact, understand their time schedule. If 84 is, you know, in general, if 84 is a busy person, guess one of the things he's not going to do? Well, that's off the list. It's not going to be a phone call all the time. It may not be a FaceTime all the time. You might just get random texts like, hey, I'm free this day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that woman got to understand, okay, well then somebody got to pick a date and time. Okay, well, screw it. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we can hang out this day. That's it. And then make it go from there. But going to somebody's house, and back in the day, 84, for me, it was after 9. After 9 was booty call hour. So I don't know who bumped it up to like 12 and 1, 2, but y'all wildin'.
But okay, here's the thing, right? I think for the vast majority of human history, dating has been a shit show. It has not proven to be anything good. Back in the day when things was really, really, really traditional, people were just marrying people for the sake of getting married and being in unhappy relationships for decades. Okay. Now they're doing it, and it's now for another reason that they're unhappy and not getting together at all. Now they don't even want to be together. So we haven't gotten it right. At this point, can we just say, okay, that if you want to have sex with someone, right, and you are not ready to be a parent and deal with whatever comes after that, okay, you should not be out here just let this casually having sex. I know guys want to smash, but at the end of the day, look what you're smashing. Unless you're smashing the chick that you don't mind raising your kids, you are putting your entire life on a fucking line. Literally. Every time you put your penis in a female, there is a chance something is going to go wrong. And if anything goes wrong, that's your life. That is your life. If one thing goes wrong with that event, if she says,
shout out to Teen Mom.
If she says, I didn't say yes to him, that's called graping. If she just says, I didn't want him to put a head in, and he put his head in, and now I feel scared. Now you in court. Now your job is on the line. Now your finances is on the line. All because you just wanted to smash a chick that was not someone you wanted to actually have your kids if anything should go wrong. This is why we pay thousands of dollars per year for insurance on fucking cars. Like cars, for goodness sake. So it's like at the end of the day, we can't keep on making the same mistakes. If we're going to make mistakes, make new mistakes, but not the same old mistakes. Same old mistakes is, I just want to smash chicks until I find one that I really want to be with. Meanwhile, most humans are racking up bodies, diseases, and kids and heartbreak to the point that they can't be in any other functional relationship. Let's stop doing that and tell men that just like women, you have to be selective with where you put your penis. It's not just on the woman, because everybody will get what they deserve At the end of the day, it might look different for men than it does for women, but everyone will get a piece of the pie that they take a slice from. That's what it's going to be. So if you don't want a life full of whatever the case may be, as a man, you have to be selective with your penis. So flying bitches out that you can just get sex from is risking your literal life. And I don't understand why men are not connecting that. Like, I don't understand why.
I'm sensing a lot of masculinity right now, so I'm holding my
very.
I'm sorry, I pulled the bear. I apologize. It's me.
There's a time to be masculine.
Lola, to be fair, I didn't contract the last two things you said as far as diseases or children that I know of. I do get tested cleaner, just to put that out there. I do want to be accountable, though. I did have quite a few bodies.
Yes,
but
you don't need to make the point about that, because I wasn't speaking about anybody on this panel specifically. Keep in mind, my sister, one of the two people in my life that actually loves me, okay, like for real, died because of an STD 6 years ago. She died. Like, her husband gave her that. Okay, she wasn't the lucky one that just her husband cheated on her and had a baby. No, he brought her something back that she couldn't get rid of, and she already had a disease that was causing her to get sick, and then she died from the STD. So at the end of the day, this is what I'm saying. Every time a man puts his penis in a woman, he is risking his literal life. And for some reason, men or males are not connecting penis with life. They're not doing it. And all I'm saying is, if more men, not women, if more men says, listen, I can't just be flying chicks out because they're going to give me sex. If I don't want this woman to potentially have my kids, I can't do that because my life is at risk now. Why is it that men never see their own life at risk through sex? Why is it that women are the only ones that can capitulate that something can go wrong when it comes to sex?
Well,
let me. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
I gotta close the show out. I'm gonna just say this. You know what I'm saying? We got some personal. We got to handle behind the scenes. Let me close the show out real quick. I'm gonna just say this in regards to what you're saying, Lola. I think people need to be more aware of what they're doing with their bodies, right? And people need to use protection, precaution, and need to be aware of who they're messing with. You know what I mean? With that being said, y'all, look, I gotta close the show. All right. You know what I mean? We got some personal stuff I gotta handle behind the scenes. With that, y'all have a good night. Later.
You too. Appreciate you.
Have a good night.
Knowledge and relationships